to 90% for some. Okay, so can you hear me now? Let's see. It's a simple yes or no. If you can't hear me, a yes or a no would be fine. If you can't hear me, then obviously you won't be able to say either or, but I'm looking at the settings and everything. So Franco says on, Walt says yes, Gina says no. Okay, Jody says yes, and the chat's moving a lot faster now, so can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It says I'm live. It shows that I have good volume. It shows that everything's working well. It shows that shows everything's working great. So shows how well you can trust what the things are there for you to be able to get information from and trust, which is a topic we'll discuss. So a lot of people are saying yes now, and I'm assuming that's according or in reference to the volume, but I'm getting Putined over here. I'm getting Scroogled over here. All right, so hey Liam, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna say howdy to everybody here in just a moment. I want to check one more setting just so we don't have any more issues, but sorry for you, one disliker. I hope it's only because of the technical difficulties. I can accept that, but if you just came here to dislike because you're hating, well, haters gonna hate, man. So that's all I know. That's for sure. I've seen it, right? I've been in the hate, so um, I love all you guys too. I'm glad y'all are here. This was a last minute thing, so honestly, I have no idea what you guys even heard that I was saying before, so I'm just gonna say hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from around the world. I'm Timothy Charles Castleberry. This is the live stream prayer call feeding the flock for the fourth day of, or actually the seventh day of the fourth month of the 2017th year of our Lord according to the wrong calendar. So I titled it "Feeding the Flock" because that's a Euro show, and this is not a Euro time table that we're working on right now. But um, we're going to talk about World War III, and I've got some ideas and thoughts and all that stuff, and I was encouraged to share them. So tonight I'm going to share them, and I'm also going to interact with the chat a little bit more than usual, hopefully. But it's definitely frustrating for sure. I'm super frustrated right now because it should be easy. It should be a couple clicks and then you get going and then game on, right? So but the audio quality is not going to be the best for the music because the speakers aren't great. But it should be working just fine for me speaking. That's for sure. So let me see. Hamana, hamana, hamana. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm going to give the shout outs here in a moment. I'm going to pray us in and then we'll get to talking. And there's a lot to talk about for sure. And my meandering and tangential ways, you get me going, man. I'll never shut up. So I'm excited to get going, but I don't want to get on a roll till I make sure every bit of the technical issues have been worked out. And a lot of them, you can work all of them out to the best of your ability, and then there's still going to be some kinks. So let me just check a couple of the settings because I've noticed a lot of times when I actually start the live streams, the settings are changed. Oh, 4 dislikes. Cool. Thank you guys. I'm pretty sure I know a handful of those four. They're live streaming right now at the same time. So glad you could have time to come over here and dislike my video if it's you. If not, let's go ahead and add more. I would appreciate your input there. So I got a big cheesy smile. There's going to be no selfie or shelfie time tonight, as I like to call it. Now I'm at the settings. So yeah, less viewer buffering, even though there are no viewers viewing. I'm not going to be showing any picture, but I might do a couple screen shares. We'll see how it goes, though. You never know. So I think everything's all good in the hood as best I can get it. And now let's go ahead and have all of us get it. So I'm going to ask one last time, can you guys hear me? And if you can, just please just say yes. And once I see one or two yeses, then we'll get going. So I'm going to refresh just because that usually helps. So fresh and so clean. Appreciate you guys being here for or with me and for me on this night. I know a lot of people would do other things on a Friday night, but I can't think of a better thing to do than to hang out with you cats. So thanks for being here. It's always a pleasure. Let's see. So yeah, thanks for taking away a couple of those dislikes. And I see the yeses that I needed to see to let's get the show on the road. I feel better already. Just knowing that we're live, all the way live, right? All right, so before I say howdy to everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and pray us in real quick. It's gonna be a short prayer for opening, and I'll do a longer prayer at the end, of course. And y'all know me, I could probably do a whole 3, 4 hour show of just one single long prayer, but I don't think God would appreciate that too much. So, Heavenly Father, thanks for giving us the opportunity and the platform to come here in such a wide array to be able to get your voice and your message out as wide and broad as possible. Rather, we have technical difficulties or we're scrutinized spiritually or technologically. We just thank you for having the opportunity and the platform. And although we have our gripes about it, God, I choose to look at the silver lining and be thankful. So I'm thankful for YouTube. I'm thankful for Google. I'm thankful for this computer. Thankful for Wi-Fi. I'm thankful for electricity, and I'm thankful for all the things making it possible to be here tonight. So tonight we want to dedicate and honor you. We want to dedicate this night and this time to you in this night. We just hope that we get some truth and some clarity about what's really going on in the world. And you tell us in your word prophetically what's going to happen ahead of time about a lot of things. And we're a very special and blessed generation to be alive right now at this time to be able to know prophecy is being fulfilled as we speak. And we thank you for your prophecy so that we can be prepared for what's to come. We thank you for your word, which we live off of literally, spiritually, and physically, not off of bread alone, but every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. And we thank you for making your word flesh and manifested in your Son, only begotten Jesus Christ. That way we could be afforded an opportunity to have salvation, that we could be brought to that salvation by grace and mercy through faith alone. So we thank you for the opportunity to have faith, and we thank you for the faith that you've afforded us. And um, for all of us that do have faith, God, please walk with us and be with us and help us with our unbelief, even though we believe to unto salvation. There's hard times coming, and a lot of us are going through hard times right now. So give us your Holy Spirit as the comforter. Give us your Prince of Peace to come sup with us in our hearts as we invite him. Where two or more are gathered in Jesus' name, he's here. So thank you, Jesus, for being here with us. Thank you, everybody else, for being here with me. And God, thank you for spending time with me and allowing me to even have the privilege to come to you in prayer and in thanksgiving. And so we sanctify this time that we spend together tonight to fellowship with fellow believers and to bring non and unbelievers into the fold as well. And everybody's welcome here. So let us embody the unconditional love, the grace, and the mercy that Christ did because he led by example. let us also follow that example and embody it to the best of our abilities to be lights in the dark world that we live in. So, all these things we offer up to you in prayer. And we just once again thank you, Father God, for being who you are. And we love you for who you are. We praise your name, which is holy, for all that you do. And tonight we just want to spend time with you and each other in your name. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Wow. All right, guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, there's our prayer. That was a great way to open. And wow, I'm just really excited. So 23 dislikes. I really like that. I appreciate it. Whoever is wanting to dislike without telling me why, hey, haters gonna hate, like I said, right? Whenever you're doing something good for God, this is what happens. So, hey, there's other people doing good things for God too, and I don't have any hate for them. I'm all about building bridges, not burning them. I'm all about edifying the body of Christ, which is a builder's term, which means to build it up, not to tear it down. And if we're coming tonight in God's name and God's truth, hey, woe to those 23 people at this time that want to be hating on God and what He's got going on. So, whatever, right? I look at that as like a badge of honor for sure. So, I didn't know that there would be multiple live streams going on at this time. I'm not keeping up with what everybody else is doing. I'm just doing what God has me doing. So, thanks for being here, guys. And with that having all been said, I appreciate each and every person here, and you're here because you're meant to be here. So, take that for what it's worth. In God's good and perfect timing, He brought you here for a reason and a purpose. And tonight, maybe we'll find out what that reason and purpose is. So, I want to give a special shout out to Nancy. How are you, Miss Nancy? And Cali Life, what's going on? Melissa's Pages, glad you're here. Martin Johnson, what's up? Kathy, Yahoo, Dudley, what's going on? Glad to see you. Been a long time. Ash Matt, what's going on? You're one of my favorites. Shake the Pulp, Gina, glad you could be here. Jody, what's happening? Authorized Mike. I'm glad somebody's authorized for sure. April, I'm glad that you're here too. It's glad to see you. And what's up, Doc? Yeah, wise guy, eh? Adam, what's happening, bro? And Dennis Carnes, what's happening? Thorodox, that's a cool name. Glad that you're here too. Joyce, what's happening, Joyce? Thanks for encouraging me to do this. I haven't seen Malov yet in the chat. Well, I saw him earlier, but since I refreshed, I haven't seen him yet. But thanks, Malov, for encouraging me as well. What's up, Walt? Jody, my love goes out to you and your son. And let's see. Cameraman, what's happening, man? I like that. Let's take some pictures. It'll last longer, right? Dominic, what's happening? It's been a minute, so I'm glad you're here, Dominic. And T, what's happening? The T.com. Get the T. I don't even know what that means. But what's up, Jovi De Silva? Yovi De Silva, what's going on? I'm glad you love Tom Cruise. Not one of my favorites, but we all have our own vices, I suppose. What's happening, Miss Mindy? Helen, how are you? I'm glad that you're here. And Denied 13, what's going on, yo? Christine, I hope your leg's feeling better. I'm glad you could join us. And Mad Maddie, what's going on, Mad Maddie? And Franco, man, thank you so much for your support and encouragement and your spiritual backup as my battle buddy in spirit. I really appreciate you. Um, let's see. I would say puny red rose, but it's not puny, it's P and Y, so I don't know what that means. But what's going up, Rose? What's happening? What's good in the hood? 72, it's been a minute. Glad to see you. Long time no see. And I'm almost there, I think. The chat's going faster than usual, which is usually a good sign. Hey, Stephen Mossgrove, what's going on? Hoo-yah, or as we say in the army, hoo-ah. A little different from branch to branch, but glad to see you here. What's up, Sloppy? You know how you kids like them extra sloppy. Glad you could be here. We got some new folks in the house. Welcome to the family. If you're here, I consider you family, and you don't have to like your family, but you are called to love them unconditional. So, Liam, what's up, bro? Glad you could join us. I didn't mean to cut into your live stream either, so hopefully you were done on your own time, not cutting short for any other reason, but I'm glad you could be here. And let's see. Wah, 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 wah. I'm trying to scroll through real quick. I said howdy to most people. If I missed anybody, you don't have to feel like you're obligated to participate in the chat, but I'm glad that you are here, at least listening. Thanks for being here. If you're here for a Pine as in from the Philippines. Oh, okay. So Filipino red rose. That's a good one. I like my Filipinos. Interesting. I will be talking very minimally about something that happened in the Philippines recently in the video that I've been working on, the Games of Thrones video too. So not that you need to check it out or anything, but yeah. So where was I? Victoria, I'm glad you're here. Big hugs to you. I don't know what's got you upset earlier when I saw that you said you were, but I'm sorry for it. And you're a super cool lady. So if you're upset, then something ain't right because you don't get upset for no reason. I'll just say that. So, all right. So that's howdy to everybody. I can't see very well here in the dark of my backyard, but I'm going to try and read the devotional for the first, um, the morning. It basically it's from the morning and evening daily readings by C.H. Spurgeon. And this book was gifted to me, and it's been a blessing in my life. I don't agree with Mr. Spurgeon on everything, but for a guy that wrote something over 100 years ago, it's really awesome how his commentary tends to line up with what God's got going on, with what Scripture says, and then what actually in the day is happening. So it's pretty amazing, to be honest. And I didn't say hi to authorized Mike. Oh yeah, I did. I said I'm glad somebody's authorized, and it's you. You're the only one I know. So, hey Arthur Laverne, what's going on? I'm glad to see you too. Welcome. Now, this is from Psalms chapter 4, verse 2, and this is for April 7th's morning daily devotional. And it says, O ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame? Right? And I got a feeling this is God talking. And usually when God talks like that, man, it ain't good. So let's see. Mr. Spurgeon says, an instructive writer has made a mournful list of the honors which the blinded people of Israel awarded their long expected king. Now, as a context, and I'm sure he'll probably go into this deeper than I will, but basically, in the context of this and what he's saying is God was supposed to be Israel's king, and Israel saw everybody else around them having kings, and they said, "Well, we want a king too, right?" And well, they got what they asked for, and be careful what you ask for because you just might get it, right? When you got God as your king, you should be satisfied with that, not want an earthly, fleshly person as a king. So when it says here, Israel awarded to their long expected king one, they gave him a procession of honor, in which Roman legionnaires, Jewish priests, men and women took a part, he himself bearing his cross. So it's talking about Jesus as the ultimate king, right? The context I was talking about is Old Testament historical context. So when he goes on, it says, This is the triumph which the world awards to him. The triumph the world awards to the King of Israel is a crown of thorns and a crucifixion and a gruesome death, right? That's what he's basically talking about. So this is the triumph which the world awards to him who comes to overthrow man's direst foes. Now, I didn't plan this out. I didn't read this commentary ahead of time. I did read the Psalm scripture that he's drawing from for his commentary, but it's called World War III. We're going to talk about World War III in a minute. And here it's talking about Jesus who comes to overthrow man's direst foes. Okay, so I just find that uncanny already, right? Now it says derisive shouts are his only acclamations, right? And derision is not a good thing. So getting ridiculed, mocked, that kind of stuff, right? You're talking trash about Jesus to Jesus while he's going to the cross. I think that's what he's referring to. So derisive shouts are his only acclamations. The cruel taunts, his only pains of praise. That's a word I've never seen spelled differently than I'm familiar with. Paens, I think. So this Mr. Spurgeon writes almost in Elizabethan, old school, old English. Um, hey, Dominic, I'm actually going to talk about that in the video and what you're saying in the chat. I'm not going to say it out loud, but so Jesus's only acclamations and cruel taunts were his only paeans of praise. Pains. I have no idea what that word means, but number two, it says that they presented him with the wine of honor. instead of a golden cup of generous wine, they offered him the criminal's stupefying death draught, which was the vinegar soaked sponge, I believe, right? And it says, which he refused because he would preserve an uninjured taste wherewith to taste of death. And afterwards, when he cried, I thirst, they gave him vinegar mixed with gall, thrust to his mouth upon a sponge. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what I just said. What the scripture says, right? Oh, wretched, detestable inhospitality to the king's son. Number three, he was provided with a guard of honor who showed their esteem of him by gambling over his garments, which they had seized as their booty, or what you get after you conquer something. You get the spoils, right, of war. Such was the bodyguard of the adored of heaven, a quaternion of brutal gamblers. Wow, man, couldn't you just speak some English, bro? A quaternion of brutal gamblers. Number four, a throne of honor was found for him upon the bloody tree. No easier place of rest would rebel a man. No easier place of rest would rebel men yield to their liege lord. The cross was, in fact, the full expression of the world's feeling towards him. There they seemed to say, Thou Son of God, or you Son of God. This is the manner in which God Himself should be treated. Could we reach Him? Number five, the title of honor was nominally King of the Jews, but that the blinded nation distinctly repudiated and really called him King of Thieves. Seems like the devil's name is Prince of Thieves. Here you have the King of Thieves, taking the mockery up a notch or two. That's what I would say. And it says, by preferring Barabbas, who was a murderer, whereas Jesus was innocent, they could have let Barabbas or Jesus go for free. And the mob chose Barabbas, the murderer, to go for free without punishment, right? And so, in placing Jesus in the place of highest shame between two thieves, his glory was thus in all things turned into shame by the sons of men, but it shall yet gladden the eyes of saints and angels world without end. Wow. Okay, so I got a lot out of that devotional, although the flow of it was probably partially my own fault for not staying in the flow of it. Um, I got a lot out of it myself, but it wasn't as usually hard hitting as it does come thematically, right? But uh, the world, right? You can go according to what the world says and what the world has to offer, and you can go down that road. I wouldn't recommend it, right? And if you have the love of the world, the love of the Father isn't in you. You can take also how the world will treat the Son of God, and if that's any indication of how it refers and feels towards God the Father, then you can look at that as a very interesting analogy. Right now, the scriptures also tell us that if you suffer, then know that Christ first suffered. So if you really stop to think about that for a minute, whatever you do for the glory of God, if you're following Christ, you're going to pay a price for it according to what the world would have offered you, right? So we've talked about this a lot in the last 2 weeks, which is usually how it works, right? It all resonates together. If you were to follow God and believe that your life is just going to be health and wealth and blessings, you're mistaken sorely. You're going to be very disappointed. Okay. I have no PhDs. I ain't mad at nobody. Good for you guys. You do doctors of whatever it is that you have PhD in. I'm proud of you. Right. So you get my thumbs up and my kudos. It takes a lot of due diligence and a lot of an ability to follow orders. I'm happy for you guys. Right. I got a PhD in hard knocks. Does that count for anything? I don't think so. Um, but yeah, so if you really look at it, the world has nothing to offer you. It's got riches, right? But what is it to gain all the riches of the world and lose your eternal soul? The world has fame and fortune. You can get that too, but what good is that, really? You can get nice things and fancy stuff. Okay, well, things and stuff ain't going to go with you when you die. So, all in all, when you really look at what the world has to offer, it's got pain, it's got misery, it's got punishment, it's got suffering, It's got death, it's got despair, and on and on and on, right? But in the real reality of things, all good things come from God. And if you don't acknowledge that all the good things are coming from God, then they're really not that good for you. Does that make sense? I mean, are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Because I used to believe, why should I thank God for all these good things that I got for myself? Why should I give glory to God and be thankful to Him when I'm the one that went to the work? I got the paycheck. I paid my money. I made this. I did that. Right. And at the end of the day, like, this is what I have to show for it. And that attitude was wrong, dead wrong, literally dead in sin wrong. Even though I was born again, I was having a worldly mentality. I was embracing the flesh. I wasn't glorifying the flesh, but to me, there was no glory in life. The only glory is in victory, right? And to have victory, well, it's a lot easier to have victory when you have all the accessible tools to bring about a victory. You look at warfare, right? In war, generally speaking, whoever has the most numbers and the best equipment is going to win. Whoever is having the best training is probably going to win. You put all these factors together and you can get probabilities, numerically speaking. Okay, well, numbers don't lie, but at some point, numbers also don't tell absolute truth. So there's a difference between not lying and getting truth, and then what is absolutely true. Absolute truth isn't limited to numbers or logic or science or reason or rationality. God's truth, God's wisdom is foolishness to the people of this world. So don't be surprised if you're following God and you're getting godly wisdom, and then all of a sudden the world hates you for it and calls you a fool and treats you like one too. And by world, I mean your own family, your own friends, your own social circles, your own Facebook groups, your own YouTube fellow mates, your own truthers, your own flat earthers, your own Hebrew rooters, or whatever you want to say. And it's sad, but it's true, right? You could go your own way. And God, most of the time, says you probably should. We just did a prayer call. We did one yesterday, and it talks about going forward without the camp, right? And at one point, if you realize or believe that you need a posse or your homies to be with you, you need a camp of supporters, you need a following, or you need subscribers, or you need likes, or anything like that to validate yourself for what God has you doing, you're focused on the wrong things, spiritually speaking, biblically speaking. Right? And you can focus on whatever you want. That's what free will is. You can choose with your free will to look into whatever you want. Tonight, in Timmy time on World War III, we're going to use our free will to talk about World War III. Okay. Now, if y'all have been following for a long time, which you don't have to, I'm not asking you to. I've done multiple prayer calls to the tune of many, many hours, and I've talked about my stance and take on geopolitics, global finance, and World War III. So I'll give you the rundown of where I'm at with it, what my opinions and thoughts are, and we'll see what the chat room has to say as far as how it jives with them. And I'm real interested to get on everybody else's take too. So, and uh, just for giggles, I would like all of the 16 people or 18 people, if you're here now, that hit the like button, please change your like into a dislike, just because it's really bothering me to see more dislikes than likes. I want to see all of those X number of likes go to dislikes. This is the second time I don't ask for likes. I don't ask for subscription. You don't have to subscribe to me. Not that I don't care. Of course I care, but I don't care if you subscribe or don't. Um, I don't care if you hit the like button or don't. I very rarely hit the like button on YouTube videos, but I would ask for the second time only ever in over a year of doing this. Please take your like and move it over to the dislike section. So I see 30 dislikes and 19 likes. Now, if you're not here, you can't change it, obviously, right? But if you're here of one of the 40 people that's watching right now, please change your like into a dislike if you hit the like button earlier. And if you haven't hit either or, then don't bother, right? But I'm just really curious to get this number more even or balanced, right? So I'd rather see everybody disliking it and then we're all on the same page. Otherwise, the 30 some odd people that didn't like it for, we haven't been told a single reason as to why. And most of them came after our technical difficulties were gone. So I just have to assume it's haters hating. trolls trawling, right? Uh, I just want to see it, like I want to see how, like they say fight fire with fire, but in reality, you never fight fire with fire. I very rarely, right? Whoever those guys were that went to jail for it, that started the whole BLM thing, right? Well, they did a backfire, or sometimes you can actually use a fire to burn the fuel before the actual fire gets to the fuel, and so you can stop a fire with fire. Very rare though. Usually, the best option to fight a fire is with water. So to fight fire with fire, or to actually pour some living water on it, that's why I'm asking to go to the dislike section. Just say if you can't beat them, join them. Sometimes, it's a strategy, not spiritually speaking, but I love you guys. I get a kick out of this stuff, so makes me happy. Ash says in the chat, well said, Timmy. Our mindset plays us when we start out indoctrinated and don't follow what our guidance laid out in the Bible offers, right? Usually takes something hard happening in our life to get us to notice. And that's true. That's very true. Um, Sometimes you have to have an earth shattering kaboom. Hey, separated, what's going on, man? Glad to see you. Because I know you're from across the pond and you're up early or late, depending if you went to sleep or not. But yeah, sometimes we need an earth shattering kaboom to get our butts in action, right? Or to get moving or motivated in a proper direction. And it's very easy to get comfortable in the chains of our enslavement. And you can be enslaved to doctrine, even if it's 90% good doctrine, you can still be enslaved to it and get comfortable. I can't think of a better example of a doctrine that would say, hey, I'm okay, you're okay, we're under grace, we can sin all we want, I got my golden ticket to heaven because I'm saved and I don't have to do anything about it. Okay, well, you're going to get real comfortable and fat and lazy with that mentality. And when you get to heaven, you're going to be very disappointed with what all is available to you to do there. And you're going to have all eternity to think about, man, I had 20, 30, 60, 70, 90 years to live, and I didn't figure it out in that short period of time. Now, for all eternity, I'm going to have a price to pay for it. Very sad, right? But that's the way that it is, right? That's that's the case. So let's make the most of our time now, and let's. Yeah, there's a scripture, and I'm gonna go find it fast. I won't take too long, but it basically says, "Hey, redeem the time because the days are evil." Right, and that's a warning that God gives us. And the days are for sure evil. And we're gonna get into World War III here in just a second. So, redeeming the time. I do a lot of my scripture searches as keyword searches. I remember a lot of the words better than actually can quote you the book and the chapter and the verse and everything. But it's from Ephesians 5:16 actually, is what I was paraphrasing. And Ephesians chapter 5, verses 15, 16, and 17 says, see then that you walk circumspectly. Okay, that's telling you to be cautious, and it's telling you to be, what's a good word for it? Be circumspect. I mean, that's pretty straightforward and simple, but that's not a word we use very often. Be cautiously optimistic, but also you don't have to go in the negativity, but don't just buy everything somebody's selling or telling you. Okay, don't go to CNN or Fox News or Alex Jones or anybody. Don't go to Timmy O. Don't go anywhere and just say, hey, he said it, so I believe it 100%. Oh, yeah. Walk circumspectly, have your cautious optimism, but also be skeptical at the same time. A healthy measure of skepticism is not bad. Doesn't mean you should question things in a inappropriate or disrespectful way, but don't just take what people say. Ask questions. Keep your suspicion. Suspicion can be healthy, but don't let it turn to paranoia because that's not healthy. See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools. Okay, a fool will just take whatever you're feeding them. They'll believe whatever you tell them, right? So, not as fools who obviously don't walk circumspectly. See that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise. Be wise, guys. And if you don't know the difference, I explained it to my little niece earlier today, who at school, I think she's in like fourth or fifth grade. She has a rumor at school that she has a boyfriend and had sex. Okay, we weren't talking about that crap until we were in like late junior high, early high school. Okay, now apparently that's the thing to talk about in fourth and fifth grade. My little niece apparently, supposedly, in gossip and rumors, had sex, has a boyfriend, and is a lesbian all at the same time. I had to talk to my niece about this today. She called me, not quite crying, but I could tell she wasn't happy, right? I'm having to explain to my niece, hey, the truth doesn't need to be defended, right? You know the truth, and all these so called quote unquote friends, they're not really your friends. They're acquaintances you don't really even want to be acquainted with. But as long as you're in school, as long as you're in a place you don't get to choose, as long as you're around people you don't get to pick yourself, don't just assume because you spend a lot of time and you understand somebody that you actually know them or that they're your friends. So the difference between wisdom and foolishness is that you can be ignorant. That doesn't make you a fool, right? But once you know, then you're no longer ignorant. If you know and you don't apply what you know, then you're a fool and it's stupid. Okay? But if you know better and you apply what you know accurately and appropriately, then you become wise, and that is what wisdom is. Wisdom isn't just knowing, wisdom is actually applying what you know properly. Um, one of the examples I gave her is a tomato is actually technically a fruit, right? So knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad. Okay? And that's just one easy example. So verse 16 goes on and says, redeeming the time. So let me read it all through. See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time because the days are evil. Wherefore, or you could say because, be you not unwise. So why do you walk circumspectly? Why do you not walk as a fool, but as a wise person? Why do you redeem the time because the days are evil? Because you don't want to be unwise, but understanding what the will of the Lord is. When you align your will with the will of the Lord, all things are possible through Christ. Period. Pretty simple, really, in my mind. Doesn't really make any sense how that could be confusing, right? So when you really stop to think about it, explaining to my niece that, hey, stupid to realize the difference between ignorance and stupidity. And I said, if you don't know something, that's not your fault. But if you do know, hey, it's important for you to use what you know. Use it or lose it, right? And it's stupid if you know it and you don't use it. And I said, hey, I've done stupid, foolish things. I used my prison experience as an example. In the United States, ignorance of the law doesn't justify your ability to break the law. Okay, I can't say, hey, I didn't know I'm not supposed to drink and drive. I was ignorant to the law. I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll just give you a warning this time. That's not how it works, right? I knew what the law was anyways, and I broke it anyways. I paid the price, right? So I knew what the law was. I broke the law. I paid the price for it. And hey, I was stupid and foolish. And I had the knowledge, but I didn't use my wisdom. I mean, I explain this to my niece and I say, hey, I've done stupid and foolish things, but it's one thing to be foolish, it's another thing to act out stupidly. And she got it really easy. It's really easy for her to get it. And she's matured a lot since the last time we had the same talk, right? And it's just awesome to watch them grow. And it warmed my heart for her to get it and to make her feel better and to realize that, hey, just because some kid at school who I said, hey, do you know who the father of lies is? And she said, yeah, the devil. And I said, okay, well, is it true you're a lesbian? She said, no. I said, is it true you have a boyfriend? No. Is it true you had sex and you're not a virgin anymore? No. Okay, well, are those lies? Yeah. Okay, well, if those are lies, then who's the father of lies? Well, the devil. I said, okay, well, who are they feeding? Who are they following? Who are they promoting when they're telling these lies about you? Oh, the devil. I was like, okay, so do you want to actually sit there and argue with the devil or, people who are following him? No. Like, okay, well, you don't have to. There's no purpose to it, right? The truth doesn't need to be defended. I said, you know that you don't have a boyfriend, haven't had sex, and that you're not a lesbian, right? And she's like, yeah, I know that. It's like, okay, well, it's not going to change the fact that it hurts your feelings that people are saying these things, but can you control what people think? No. Can you control what people do? No. Can you control what people say? No. Well, if you can't control any of that, then why are you upset about it? And she was like, wow, I never thought about it like that. And it was real simple. And to me, this really gets to the bottom of it, the simplicity of Christ. Keep it simple. And if you keep it simple, it doesn't ever get really complicated. when it does get complicated, there's something deeper in meat for you to be revealed to, right? Kathy says middle schools are more harmful than high schools. And nowadays, that's true. But let's just say I had an elementary school teacher here locally have sex with one of their students about 3 or 4 years ago when my nieces were here. One of their fourth or fifth graders got pregnant. I mean, this is the day we live in, right? So just get ready because it ain't getting any better anytime soon. um, yeah, alligators have so many teeth because they're ornery. That's what I heard. Like the world's gonna eat you up and spit you out, so you just gotta be careful not to be in bed with the world, not to get involved with the world. Cast all your cares and concerns to Christ because he cares for you. But if you are in the world, not everybody has the ability to be homeschooled, ability to be sheltered and protected. Not everybody has the money to go to a private school. Not everybody can get accepted to a charter school. So you just got to get in where you fit in whatever situation or plight that you and your children or your family members or your friends or whatever situation you're in, you need to make the best of it, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. And chances are at some point you're going to face the good, the bad, and the ugly. And what do you do with it, right? Do I get pissed off and go find these kids and go hang them up by body parts, which I'd like to do for my niece's sake, because that's the protector I am? Hmm. That's not the godly, righteous thing to do, but that's what my flesh says. I want to go find this guy that's saying these things and I want to go take care of business, but that business, it's God's job to give revenge and justice and punishment out, not our job. And I also told her the proverb of, we're part Cherokee. I told the Native American proverb about we all have two wolves inside. Which one do you feed? Right? You got a good wolf that stands for all the good and righteousness in the world. You got a bad wolf. It's the same thing as having a conscience or the devil on, the devil on one side and the angel on the other. That whole mentality. And we do all have the flesh side and the spirit side, right? And unless you're born again, you don't really have hardly any control over either or. Once you get born again, then you actually see the struggle, and the struggle is real. So that's our internal struggle. Let's look tonight at our external struggle and talk about this World War III thing going on, right? Yeah, the one that you feed the most is the wolf that wins the struggle, right? So if you don't feed the wolf, then it will choke out and starve and die. So it's really important for us to realize if you hate something, if you feed the hate's going to grow. If you love something and you feed the love's going to grow. Real simple. Very simple, right? The scriptures tell us that if we acknowledge the fact that we're in the flesh, our flesh is weak, but our spirit's willing. Okay? The willingness of our spirit doesn't supersede the unwillingness of our flesh or the rebellion of our flesh, but those things will struggle against each other. So I think it's important to realize that, right? And as long as we realize there's always going to be that struggle, as long as we're in this flesh, then I think we have a greater opportunity and accessibility to be able to receive God's grace and mercy by understanding that we're not perfect. We may be perfect in time, in due time, according to His will, but we have to align our will with His will. We have to align our time with His perfect time. We have to align our actions with what He wants. And once you begin to get closer to aligning all of those things together, then bada bing, bada boom. Things start to happen, things start to open up, and the attacks come even more hardcore against you. So you're going to have your ebb and flows in life, and it's 12-12 here too, Nancy. You're going to have your ebbs and flows in life, and you got to take the good with the bad and realize that at times in this world, the world is a very ugly place, and that will lead us right into World War III. So let's do this, right? I'm going to give a few seconds. I'm going to ask a couple questions, and I want to see what the chat has to say about the questions I'm going to ask. But it's with a heavy heart I say that Donald Trump came on as the president of the United States of America last night and gave a speech. And in that speech, he basically acknowledged that we have bombed Syria with Tomahawk cruise missiles, right? And that was in response to uh, chemical weapons being deployed or used or released in Syria. Okay, so chemical weapons were um, Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding the proper word, but let's just say that chemical weapons were released in Syria. A lot of people died gruesome deaths. A lot of them children, almost all of them innocent civilians. And the claim is that the Assad legitimate sovereign government used these chemical weapons on their own civilian population. And it was a few days later, the United States responds by using Tomahawk missiles to bomb the base in which they speculate these chemical weapons were deployed from. So, my question to you guys in the chat before I tell you what my thoughts and feelings are, if you can't get a little bit of an inkling of the direction I'm going based on the way I chose to carefully word what I just said. A, do you think that Syria used chemical weapons on their own people? And that's a yes or no question. And then B, and so you can say A, yes or no, and then B, yes or no. A, do you think Syria used chemical weapons on their own people? Yes or no? That's A. B is, do you think the response of the United States using Tomahawk missiles to bomb that base, do you think that was the right response? Yes or no? So A, do you believe that Syria used chemical weapons on their own people? And then B, do you think that our United States military response of aggression was the proper response? So the simple superior one, I've never seen you before, but thanks for being here. Welcome to the family. You say A is unlikely. It's unlikely that Syria did what they did. I see a lot of people saying no for most of it. No, they didn't for A. Uzaru. Hey, Uzaru, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a little bit, but B says nope. So no, no, no to both, no to no. Um, Hired killers posing as humanitarians. I've seen a little bit of that. A, no, and B, no. No, be proper according to Albert Pike. Thanks, Walt. That's one of the funnier answers. Not that anything about this is funny, but Jody says no and no. Care Bear says no and no. Kathy says no and no. Victoria says deep state, which wasn't one of the options for answers, but I feel ya. False flag is what Joyce says. A no and B no. A equals no for Doc. Hey, Timmy, nice to be here. I'm glad that you're here too. I'm glad everybody's here, actually. Thanks, everyone, for being here. False flag events are how we get coerced into going to war. Couldn't agree more, Ash. B equals no for Doc. So, what's up, Doc? No and no for you. It seems like we have a very informed audience here. I'm really thankful and glad for that, too. Other than a handful of creepers that came in to hit the dislike button who aren't obviously still here to even participate in the conversation, which maybe they would have benefited if they'd stuck around. Sissy boy, instead of stuck around. Here we've got a lot of people. They're very informed. And not that, hey, your answer of being no and no going in the direction where I'm about to go makes you more or less informed than anybody else. But after I say what I have to say, which is purely my own speculation and opinion, but very well merited. Um, Franco says the most intellectually honest thing, I think, here by saying, I don't know. Right. And if you don't know, you don't know. Right. Care Bear, you're not a creeper, man. You're in here chatting. You answered. I'm talking about creepers are the ones that are sitting in here listening but not watching or participating. The ones that just hit the dislike buttons are only sitting here waiting to find things they disagree about while they're somewhere else on another live stream, while they're somewhere else doing multitasking somewhere else. Right. I don't know, but either A and A minus or B and B, A and A or B and B. Mad Maddie, I don't even understand that answer, but it sounded good to me. There should have been a meet and talk with the sod, but I feel bad for the people and the children. Yes, Melissa, I agree 100% with that. Why would the government attack their own people on the eve of peace talks? The simple superior one has a great question, right? And hey, what's up, Blue Blood? What's going on? Timmy, I think we need to trust Jesus, who's in control in the end. Nothing matters but having Jesus. And I fully agree with that, Helen. But I also think it's important for many of those people over there that just got either chemically gassed and destroyed in a most terrible way. In my military training, I was trained how to deal with these chemical weapons because I might have been deployed in a situation where I might have been one of those people gassed. The suits that we have to put on, you have to literally be able to put it on in 30 seconds or less, or you're dead. I was told what smells for which chemicals to identify. I mean, if you don't know anything about chemical weapons, it's easy to say just keep your eye on this and that and the other, and only trust in this and that and the other. But there's a lot of people over there that don't believe in God. And this atrocity of what's gone on, either by the chemical weapons or by us as the United States bombing them, that might push them further away from being able to come to a saving grace in having an ability to even have faith. So I think it's important for us to acknowledge these things and to discuss them, not to focus on the dark side or the bad things, but to get to the bottom of what's really going on and get to the truth. The Bible tells us how things are going to play out, and it's going to get much worse before it gets better, right? And as it gets worse, the world's going to decline drastically. And then God's going to come in with what he prophesied. You're going to have an antichrist, not an, but the antichrist. And when the antichrist comes in, well, he's going to be a man of peace. He's going to bring world peace. He's going to bring a lot of the things that everyone's been looking for in a Messiah. And a lot of people are going to fall off and they're going to go right for it because that's what the world needs. And the more chaos that is created, the more chaos we see in the world. I mean, I'll just ask you, when was the last time you saw so many natural catastrophes in a short period of time? When was the last time you saw so much volatility in the weather, right? When was the last time you saw so many rumors of war? Man, we have wars and we have a lot of rumors of wars. I'm pretty sure most of y'all have heard that scripture before. When have you seen so many terrorist attacks? And by terrorist attack, I would include false flags, hoaxes, terror drills that turn out to be live action, real deal, government promoted terrorism, proxy war terrorism, you name it, but put it all together. When was the last time you heard so many people driving motor vehicles into crowds? There was a terror attack in Stockholm, Sweden today. Okay. It's to me, these things are nuts, right? And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But when you start to put it all together, you start to begin to see a bigger picture. It's a crazy world we're living in, right? It's always been crazy. Nothing's different about the craziness of the world. But in Matthew 24, it refers to the beginning of sorrows as being like birth pangs. Okay. And most of you women that have had children here in the chat or listening, no, but when you have a contraction, baby didn't just pop out after contraction number one. They get worse and worse. They get stronger and closer together. It's the same thing that's going to be happening. And if you put your finger on the pulse of the world, you'll start to see that these things are happening at closer intervals with more intensity and for a plan and a purpose. I'm sure it hurts really bad. I actually had a video sent to me today by Sophia, and it showed a guy who was hooked up to some electrical equipment, and simulate. Um, it was to simulate the contractions of birth. And man, I don't think he even made it halfway through before he had to give up, and he was crying like a little girl. Which, hey, there's nothing wrong with being a girl and crying, especially when you're going through that. But uh, Ivanka had to renounce Jesus before she married her husband. Wow, that's interesting. I'd be curious to know how we can substantiate that claim. But hey, I leave open a lot of these claims to being possibly true. Um, let's see. Yeah, it was on Facebook. So I'm actually going to pull up one thing. The art of the, excuse me, the art of the deal was what Trump's book was. I think he wrote it in the 80s. It's actually supposed to be a real good book about business and finance. I want to pull up on my own timeline because I've only posted one thing about the war and go full. I'm gonna put the pedal to the metal here in a minute about my ideas and my thoughts. But like I said before, I've already talked for hours about this topic. But now that it's a hot topic again, I think it's important to readdress. So I posted this Tomahawk Block 4 missile, which were supposedly the ones used, right? And at first the um, reports were saying that was between 40 and 60, and as it turns out, it was 59 missiles. And I'm sure there's some gematria people that can make a lot of heads and tails of this, but Raytheon, the military industrial complex company, makes these Tomahawk missiles. The numbers were hard to get to the bottom of, but as far as the most current information I could find in my research said, and I put quote, the art of the deal in quote, right? According to the U.S. Department of Defense's annual budget, which is a yearly budget, a single Tomahawk missile costs $1.59 million. Okay. Combine that by the 59 missiles the U.S. ordered to be fired off of 2 warships in the Mediterranean Sea, and you're looking at a bill of around 94 million. That's not including the logistics and the cost of getting those ships there and what it takes to actually fire those missiles. But just the missiles themselves, roughly total, if you round it up by a little, 94 million bucks. So we just dropped 94 million party last night on Syria, right? And you think about that 59, let's just round up to 60 missiles that they sent off was, I'm not good at percentages, but we got thousands of these missiles. But those 60, roughly 60 missiles will have to be replaced. So not only did we just spend that much money, but we're about to spend that much more money to replace what we just shipped out and sent out. And if you look at, I'm going to read one comment that I wrote, but it was to a friend of mine. I said, you don't have to comment, but he had a couple posts and I wanted to, get his mind over here looking at this, right? And if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, right? And this is a quote also from another article. And it says the Department of Defense asked for $2 billion over 5 years to buy 4,000 Tomahawks for the U.S. Navy in its fiscal 2017 budget last February. So for this year, they want to buy 4,000 more Tomahawks, which I think is almost double what we have in our arsenal. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong on that, but 2 billion bucks over 5 years, that's what they want. That's what they asked for this last year for this fiscal year, right? So nearly 5 dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched at military bases in Syria from U.S. warships in the Mediterranean Sea late Thursday. Raytheon, or RTN as its stock ticker goes, wasn't the only defense stock rising Friday either. Lockheed Martin, which is LMT, which partners with Raytheon, both of those are military industrial complex companies that are in bed together, right? Raytheon and Lockheed Martin work together on the Javelin missile launcher system and also makes the Hellfire missiles gained nearly 1%. Now, if you think about how big these companies are and how much money they're worth, 1% is doesn't sound like much, but it's very significant. And if you look at the tickers on Wall Street, and you can see your military industrial complex companies just went up in stock value, and we just dropped a buttload of money, and we're going to spend a boatload more of money to get more boatloads of these missiles. So, see a little writing on the wall? Dow Chemicals, um, wait, not Dow. What's that French name? DuPont, right? About a year ago, DuPont actually merged with, and DuPont is a chemical processing company that owns the rights to many chemicals, and you need chemicals to make armaments, right? So they're a military industrial complex that doesn't just control military industry, they also control other component parts of a lot of big industry. DuPont got in bed with one of the military industrial complex companies that specializes in weapons. And it basically was, in my opinion, what we would equivocate to a monopoly, right? And this was over a year ago. It got very little media coverage. Nobody even knows who DuPont is, let alone who the military company was that they partnered with. But I mean, it's anybody that has eyes to see. I mean, it is a mind blower. And it went right under the radar because something else happened, right? Now, I said it's not all about the money, but what we just used and spent will have to be replaced. So there's so many moving parts. The big picture needs to be kept in mind at all times. Okay, so I'm going to close out my little Facebook crap. But I just want to say, keep your eyes open and your ears open and pay attention to what's going on because there's more going on than meets the eye. And yeah, knowing's half the battle. What do you do with Be wise, right? Um, and wisdom comes eventually for those that seek it. So knock and the door will be opened. But what doors are you knocking on? Are you knocking on CNN's door? Are you knocking on Fox News's door? Because at that point, you're not going to like what's in their closet, right? um, all these things are connected. So Donald is blood related to the rest of them. I don't know Donald's genealogy or anything like that. Now, honestly, I haven't been privy to what got going on. I'm not familiar with the Donald Trump prophecies or any of that stuff. It's very possible he could be blood related. I think all but a handful of presidents have been related anyways, so it wouldn't be a big surprise, honestly. But the way I look at it is that most of our governmental world leaders are puppets. We're too busy focused on the puppet, and if we like what the puppet's wearing or what kind of design the puppet has, we're too busy focused on the strings of the puppet, but we're never looking above to see who's pulling the strings to the puppet. Who's the puppet master, right? Well, Metallica knows. They've known for a long time, right? So how come we don't know? We're too busy worrying about making America great again, right? And like Nancy says, what make America great again hats made in China, facepalm, right? That's the world we're living in these days. Now, I've heard it speculated that the reason that we sold out our United States industry to let China be our main manufacturers of a lot of our cheaply produced goods. They got slave labor for, I won't go into detail about that. They have less pollution regulation and the pollution's toxic. So it's better to outsource your toxic jobs to people you don't care about. Hey, sounds a lot like population control to me. And the way that these people look at it, it's like, oh, well, in China, they got enough people that, we can do away with. No one will be any worse off for it, right? And it's very sad that they look at people and dehumanize them. And at times, I think we might be all guilty to that. It's to some extent, right? Who owns stock and board of directors? The son-in-law connection. I'm not sure about that, Doc. So, but ultimately, okay. Ultimately, I'll go ahead and give you my rundown, right? So, the deep state is the one that pulls the strings behind the scenes, and I think the deep state is still just another theater of the puppetry going on, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that, but you've got the government's what we see on the outside. That's what's called exoteric. The deep state would be what we would refer to as esoteric. Only those on the inside know what's on the inside going on. The outside is what they show to everybody, and what they show you isn't what you're getting, of course, right? And so you have the exoteric outside puppetry government. You have the inner sanctum of basically a more intimate puppet show, which is a lot more believable to those that are in the know and have the power. They actually believe a lot of what it is that they're selling themselves on that upper echelon. But after that, at the end of the day, who's pulling the puppet strings for the puppeteers that are puppet mastering the puppets, right? If you just keep going up the chain, it never ends. And we know that the devil's at the top. And I believe that the elites that probably run everything, you don't know their names. It's not a Rothschild or a Carnegie, if I pronounce that properly. It's not your fellow. I don't know. I just, all the Illuminati names I could throw out there, right? I don't think that if you know their name, I don't think they're really running any show. I think that's who they want you to believe is running a show, not even the show. That's just my opinion, right? World War III, I've been saying for a long time, I believe that World War III started a long time ago, quite a few years ago. I don't think World War III just started yesterday because we dropped some bombs on Syria. Uh, you could look at the Arab Spring might have been one of the first bastions of the beginnings of World War III. And really, to finish off Syria and to get rid of Assad would be the final climax of what the Arab Spring was originally trying to accomplish. And it failed in many areas for many different reasons why, right? But when you really stop to think about it, the Arab Spring was to bring democracy to the Middle East, right? How well did that work out for Egypt? Just saying, right? You look at Turkey, what's going on with Turkey? Turkey was caught red-handed funding and arming to the tunes of billions of dollars ISIS in Syria. Wow. Imagine that. And I look at this same situation that's going on here now, right? Well, it's undeniable that the Syrian government used chemical weapons on their own people. Really? Well, that's funny because last I checked, Syria is denying that they did it, and Russia is pretty much denying that Syria did it too. And not so many words, but they're leaving to cover their butts the door open to possibility. When you really stop to think about it, the question that was asked earlier that I said was a good question. Why in the world would a country that's about to win a civil war that's been going on for over half a decade, why would they chemical bomb their own civilian population? Military strategy is something I am passionate about. And as far as I know, there's no strategy in the world unless you're trying to draw everybody in. And Syria doesn't want to draw everybody in. They really want to get all of these people out that aren't on the up and up for what Syria's got going on for its own self. There's no strategy. There is no strategy in the world that I know of that would ever say, hey, let's blow up civilians in front of the public eye internationally and commit international suicide because we want to prove a point. That makes zero sense. And there's evil people in the world that do evil things, but it doesn't make any sense that any government would just chemical bomb their own kids. Like, it just doesn't make sense. If anybody could give me one good reason why they would do that, I would be open to listening, but I can't find a single good reason. Yes, Daniel, for Jesus Christ's truth, pray for the people of Syria. Pray for the government of Syria. Pray for those rebels. Pray for the terrorists. Pray for everybody in Syria. Everybody. The enemies, love your enemies. That's what Jesus said. I don't have to like them, but unconditionally I can pray. That's my offering of love to them. But if they want to heap coals on their own head, woe to them. God's punishment and wrath is going to be more than just hellfire missiles for them, right? And anybody that would kill children in that fashion. Now, check this out. This is what I find very interesting. If you look at what happened around the Olympics, right, in Russia, Russia was blamed for bombing and destroying a commercial airliner, right? A lot of civilians died. Supposedly, there were some special people on the plane, too. But in Russia, there was a ground or a surface to air missile that shot down a commercial airliner full of civilians. It was blamed on Russia. It happened, I think, over Ukraine territory or pretty close to in the middle. Either way, there was a lot of tension going on between Ukraine and Russia. Now, I'm not saying Assad is a great guy as a person goes from person to person. I'm not saying he's like, hey, my favorite buddy. I'm not saying I'm pro Putin either, right? But there's an understanding that we have to realize a sovereign government is sovereign over its own land with its own territory with its own laws. It's not United States' job to come in and enforce somebody else's international laws. It's disturbing to think that we think that we're so high and mighty we can just drop bombs on anybody without any kind of recourse. It's sad. Now, a majority, or from what I saw, and I can't say that this is a fact of truth because I don't know, I'm not there, but a lot of the Christians that are in Syria that haven't been persecuted for over 1,000 years are only just now being persecuted by A, the rebels who want to overthrow the Assad regime, and B, ISIS and the terror groups that are in there right now. So it's interesting that the Assad regime, how evil they are, it's a secular Islamic state, but yet you can practice Christianity not necessarily with impunity, but without the fear of being killed. At least you might be persecuted, but we all know as Christians we will be persecuted. It's disturbing to realize that it wasn't until ISIS got involved and the civil war began with the rebels, wasn't until then that Christians in bulk were being persecuted and slaughtered. Christians in this world right now are being slaughtered. And here in America, we're so fat and comfortable. Oh, they don't like my doctrinal view on this. Oh, and I want to talk about my doctrine about that. And oh, I want to argue about unclean meat over here. And what about Sabbath over there? Okay, while we're sitting here arguing about teachings, there's people getting slaughtered for their faith. Let's just let that set for us for a minute and put things into perspective. There's people being slaughtered for their faith. Do you think they know what all the doctrines and teachings are? Highly unlikely. Well, we'd rather sit here and worry about what somebody else is eating or what somebody else is teaching and preaching rather than worry about these people who are being slaughtered. There's people in India being lit on fire while they're still alive because they won't denounce Christ. There's people being skinned alive for their faith right now. And we're over here worried about which Bible version we should read. And we want to argue to the point of, I'm going to block you on Facebook. Get real, guys. Come on, man. Let's just get real for a minute. This pisses me off. I get really angry when I think about it. Who's willing to go over there and get skinned alive for their view on their doctrine? Okay? Once saved, always saved. All right, go tell that to ISIS and get your ass skinned alive and go see which one they agree or disagree with. Where's your faith now? Okay, go sit on there on YouTube on a Friday night, hiding behind the computer, and tell me what you woulda, coulda, shoulda done if you see such and such happening, right? Pedophilia is another one. Yeah, there's people out there getting brutalized, and it's sad, very sad. There's nothing to take away from the reality of that. There's no laughing matter about it. It's happening. What are you going to do about it? Well, there's people out there that would say, well, if I saw it, I would kill, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, when are you ever going to see it when you're hiding behind the computer on a Friday night? If you really want to go do something about it, get off your ass and go do it. Live your faith is what I'm saying. And I'm sorry that I'm getting a little loose in the lips. Live your faith. Don't just talk about it. Put your money where your mouth is. Let your actions match your words. Okay? Because talk is cheap these days. And that's what everybody seems to have is a mouth. You got one mouth and two ears, though. Who's listening? That's what I would ask. Who's listening? The things in this world that are going on are atrocious, just like Franco says. And I agree 100%. Pray and fast. And I agree with that 100%, Helen. How many people are fast to speak, but not so quick to listen? That's the problem, right? We want to talk about all these kids and what's going on, but do you know a single one of those kids? Do you know a single one of these Illuminati mind control slaves that's been deprogrammed? Maybe you do, and I'm not making light of the people in that situation or predicament. What I'm saying is while we're sitting here speculating on the internet, there's people really going through it and really getting the work done. But what work are you doing? And I don't say that to convict anybody here or anybody there, but I'm just saying it as food for thought. Wrap your mind around it for a minute, you know? The best thing that you can do right here, right now, anytime, all the time is pray. But I've been mocked by someone who said they would go kill pedophiles. I've been mocked by that person because I said prayer was the best solution I could think of off the top of my head right here, right now. Well, prayer wasn't a solution in their mind, but going and killing him, yet not actually ever getting up and going to do that. Sad, right? Very sad because people talk a big talk, but when it comes time to walk the walk, man, they ain't walking, but they doing a lot of talking, right? And I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I'm not walking and talking. I'm just sitting here behind the computer on a, well, now it's Saturday morning, but on a Friday night, I'm just sitting here talking to you guys, sharing with you my thoughts and my feelings. And it seems like it's really resonating with some of you here in the chat. It's probably pissing some of you off too, to the point where you're leaving. I'm not going to name names, but those that are in the chat know, and they've said the name, and we're on good terms now, so there's no beef. I have the ability to forgive, but I don't have the capacity to forget. The problem that I see, though, is that I've actually watched God answer these prayers and take action. Whereas me, I can't go find Illuminati so and so and go take them out. I can't go to Pizzagate and find out where the cheese and pepperonis are being kept. I can talk about it forever, but what good is talking about it going to do? Yeah, you can raise awareness, but once you become aware, then what? What action are you going to take? And some people are called to raise awareness. Some people are called to take action. Some people are called to just sit back and pray because that's where their heart and their spirit's at and where God wants them. Where does God want you, though? We're all supposed to be children of God. And we're supposed to come to Him with childlike faith. And we're supposed to be the love. We're supposed to embody the love, right? So we look at World War III. What is World War III? It's a money game. It's a control game, and it's confusion. The author of Confusion, well, this is his book. He's the author and finisher of this confusing situation, right? And I can't help but to get frustrated about these things. I look at it and it's like, okay, well, the end is here, not near. I've been saying that for a long time. I believe that World War III started years ago. It's just now, it was cold before, now it's getting hot. Okay. I believe that the world government that's been hiding in the shadows, waiting to come to fruition outside in the light, they've been doing what they've been wanting to do for over 100 years. It's nothing new under the sun. Okay. And so is it going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? I don't know, but things are heating up and they've been heating up for a number of years. Yet if you go back 2012, we thought the end of the world was coming then. If you go back to the year 2000, we thought the world was coming then. Go back 2,000 years and they thought the end of the world was coming then, right? Adam says World War III equals the beginning of Antichrist world government. And I would agree with that to some extent. It's the beginning of the end, right? Or a beginning of the end. Not necessarily the beginning, but um, when you really stop to think about it, World War III is a continuation of World War II, is a continuation of World War One, and all of these things were for global domination. Now, the love of money is the root of all evil, but the people at the top running the show, they don't need money. They already have it all. So what do you think their objective is? What do you think their motivation is? Yeah, sorry. Um, the objective of the people at the very top is they're doing the devil's bidding, and they're playing the devil's game, and they're taking his infernal name, right? And as they take his infernal name and do his bidding for his purposes, they think they're going to get a kickback. Right, so go to the Georgia Guidestones, and if you look at that, the Georgia Guidestones emulate and model exactly what the Lucifer lens attachment for the telescope is. You have one that points up and one that points down. You put them together, they make looks pretty close to a cube. Very interesting. Um, and that goes back to the as above, so below. Why would the Vatican name something an acronym that doesn't even fit the words that are in the acronym Lucifer? Right? And on the Georgia Guidestones, it talks about their new 10 commandments or whatever. They want to limit the population of the world, I think, by like what, 150 million or 250 million people, whereas we almost have 8 to 9 billion. I'm not good at math, but hey, a couple 100 million in the grand scheme of billions. Wow, that's a lot of death that has to happen. Well, what's one good way to do it? Nuclear warfare, germ warfare, chemical warfare. Wow, geez, this is starting to add up a little bit. 500 million. Thanks, Walt, if that's accurate. Half of a billion, right? So you have to get rid of the other 7.5 billion people with a B. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Is it another 0, 0, 0? And then that's where you're at. It's a lot of zeros. And each one of those zeros has 100 people in it, to the 1,000, to the 10,000, to the million, to the 10 million, to the 100 million, to the billion. Right? I mean, it's nuts if you really stop to think about it. The national debt, right? I had my nieces here and my sister, who's not much younger than me, and they couldn't even read the number that the national debt was, and this was like 3 or 4 years ago. Nuts, right? You can't even do the math. You can't even understand these numbers. You might be able to say it, right? And there's calculators. A calculator on my computer couldn't even do the mathematics. Right? And this is the world we're living in. You got so many zeros out there that people have no value of anything anymore. A penny earned is a penny saved is a penny earned, right? Well, who gives a crap about a penny these days? A penny for your thoughts, right? Okay, well, if it ain't at least 50 cents, I don't care. You can't even make a phone call. Well, hello, my lovely lady. I'm glad you could be here, Sophie. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like all amped up and everything, but where are we going? What's the direction we're going here? Maybe I need to hit the brakes real quick and put on a song and catch my breath and just breathe, right? Hell, I don't think you can even make a phone call for 50 cents anymore now that I think about it, to be honest, right? I remember being in the airport and I couldn't get any Wi-Fi on my phone in the travel, right? And I was like, how much money would it take to make a phone call? I don't even think that the phone I saw at the airport had a coin slot. That ought to tell you something, right? Hey, what's up, Joe? Man, I didn't know you were here, buddy. Glad to see you. And everybody else too, but it's just yeah, I think I need a moment to go like chill out and calm down and relax for a minute. I might have a heart attack. So I got an intermission song ready. Um, Let me go ahead and cue that real fast. And if you need to go to the potty, you can go have your potty break. If you need a drink or a cup of Joe, not Dark Rider Joe, but if you need a drink, man, you can go get your drink on. And maybe some of y'all can help me reel it back in a little bit because I got a feeling, man, I'm just about to go off here in just a second because I'm gonna try my best to put a few things together that I think might. I mean, everybody here is pretty informed, so might be preaching to the choir, so to speak. But I'm gonna give a few thoughts and opinions that maybe you haven't put together in connection with everything else. But there's no 25-cent phone booths on streets. Weird. How could they be so cruel? I know, right? I'm not old enough to know, but there used to be a day and an age when you could make a phone call that wasn't a quarter. It was less than. But I'll tell you, a quarter's purchasing power back then would have been the equivalent to a couple bucks nowadays. So you really look at the purchasing power compared to inflation, and it's I don't know, it's trippy. Why, thank you, Callie. I appreciate that. Real talk with Timmy. Timmy. I'm gonna keep it real, guys. And tonight's different than usual, so I'm gonna be about as real as I can be. And how much more serious could it get than the verge of World War III, right? What is World War III? I've asked that a few times. I think about Terminator 2, Judgment Day, right? I think about all the post-apocalyptic movies I've seen. I think about the Book of Revelation, right? Of course, there's the end times and that stuff, but World War III doesn't necessarily have to be the end. And yeah, I'm not sure if this quote's accurate or not. I've heard that 20 cents in Southern California around 1992. Dang, 72. That's crazy, man. One dime and two nickels to get you a long way, right? World War III is a sales pitch. Yeah, I would agree with that, Dennis. That's a good way to put it. I didn't really think about it like that, but if they collapse the world economy, we all need to remove or renege on our debt. Well, yeah, if the world economy collapses, debt's gonna be the last thing they care about, right? Or the last thing we care about. Good luck, Bill Collector, Mr. Bill Collector. Good luck coming and getting that, right? Um, I agree for the lost souls too, because time's short for real. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put on the song real fast and give the intermission like I said I would. And then let's see. Okay, so, since nobody probably heard the intro music, I'll just play that one again. Now the sound quality is probably not going to be great since I'm on the laptop in my backyard, but just bear with me and I'll be back in about. Let's see how long this song is. Wah, 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 wah. Nee, 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 nee. 2 minutes, 47 seconds. I'll be back. Come with me if you want to live. All right, so yeah, winter is coming, but summer is here first, at least in Texas, anyways. And the North remembers. um, and since we're on the Game of Thrones somewhat, since that's the music for it, an acoustic version, the video I'm working on, Games of Thrones, I'm getting a lot of progress done. And thanks for your prayers because the attacks do seem to have subsided a lot. So I really appreciate that covering that y'all have helped afford me. And basically, if you haven't seen the Games of Thrones 1 video, and it's games plural of thrones, Gateways of Gods is the subtitle, and it's a lowercase g for gods. Please check it out. It's the advertised featured video, and I think there's a lot of good information. So I wanted to give the solution before I discuss the problem. I wanted to also give scripture to back up everything that I was going to be doing, and I also have an intro, which is kind of like a teaser trailer that should basically cover most of what I will be going over through the entire or the entirety of the series. And so I plan on doing at least 3 to 5 more after this one, but this one has taken a long time. Now, you don't have to have read the books or listened to the audiobooks or watched the show to get a value out of this series. But this next video is called Name of the Game, and I explain why I named it Games of Thrones, which is a play on their own words. I do give a brief rundown and synopsis, brief for me is a long video probably, but I give a synopsis of what the storyline entails to some degree, but I really fine tooth comb some of the symbolism that's chosen in there. One symbol in particular seems to be what God wanted to resonate with me, that was for me to reveal. I had no idea everything that would be shown to me, and it's amazed me all of the information about what's going to be revealed in the video. And I'm not saying this to build it up and to get hype going and to get more views. And I will put commercials on it. It will be monetized, and it's not about the money or anything, but the information by itself is, if you've watched the show or read the books, you're really going to resonate with what I point out. But even if you haven't, you don't have to go watch it because I wouldn't recommend it. It's not for everybody for sure. But it's pretty nuts. I'll just say that. And by the time I wanted to make one called the Black Easter for last Easter, and here we're into the next Easter, and I'm not going to have that video ready on time. Going to talk about May Day. A lot of it's exposing the works of darkness, which is what I was originally called to do. But God told me to take a step back from doing that. And here we have the prayer call, is what He had me do in the meantime. So now, little by little, He's having me do both at the same time, and it's difficult. I will say that. Um, but winter is coming, and the North does remember, and it's very interesting how these things all play in together and tie in, right? And so that's all I have to say about that. Just keep an eye out, right? Because it will be not too much longer, but who knows? That could take another 9 months for all I know. It's all on God's time. That's how I look at it. But hopefully you won't be disappointed. So World War III, that's what we're talking about. Thanks for all the folks that have come in. Glad to see you, Mia. Um, and there was a couple others that popped in. You haven't missed anything. You can't go back and watch later or rewind it if you don't want to be live. But Psalms 68, verse 30 says, Rebuke the company of spearmen, the multitudes of the bulls, with the calves of the people, till everyone submit himself with pieces of silver. Scatter thou the people that delight in war. Right? And so that ties, thanks for the scripture too, by the way. Hey, JD Hill, David, what's going on, man? Glad to see you. It's been a minute, so glad you could join us. And for everyone that's here, this was a last minute live stream, so don't feel bad for getting here late. You're here right on time, right? I say get in where you fit in. So, yeah, World War III ties in directly to what Helen's scripture just had to offer. And Psalms 120, verse 7 says, I am for peace, but when I speak, they are for war. So, right now, you see a lot of war mongering going on, right? And so it's funny because the discussion where I was mocked and ridiculed for saying that prayer was a solution to the pedophilia rings going on, which while I was in Sweden, we prayed for it. And then within less than 10 minutes of finishing the show, closer to really 5 minutes or less, upon finishing the show, it was in the morning in Sweden. It was the middle of the night over here in the US, in, this time zone area. Within less than 5 minutes of finishing the show and closing prayer, there was a pedophile ring busted in Sweden, probably getting busted at the same time we were praying. I mean, I can't say that definitively. And I'm not saying that our prayer was the, causation of their, um, getting busted, but I can't help but to think, hey, well, what are the odds? Once again, the same person that ridiculed me for that uh, was saying that Hillary Clinton was definitely going to get in and that it was an Illuminati setup and there's no way Trump could ever make it into the office. And now he's in there, and does it really matter? Kind of the point I was making the whole time. Does it matter if it was Hillary or Trump? Either way, they're both puppets. And the warmongering that's going on is for a purpose, right? And it doesn't really matter who's there that's beating the war drum, but either way, the drum is going to get beat by somebody. And it's really sad, in my opinion, right? Um, it's just sad, right? And war is hell. And I've never been in war. I've never seen war firsthand. Did you make it to Lucerne? No, I didn't. I don't even know what Lucerne is. But Sweden is not Switzerland, and if Lucerne is that Illuminati tunnel they made, I think that's in um, Switzerland, not Sweden. But if that's the place I'm thinking of, I've been asked that a few times. Uh, I don't know. My heart gets heavy when I talk about these things because war literally is hell, and there's places in this world that have never known anything but war. Go to Myanmar and then tell me how bad off you have it in your life. Go to Somalia and then tell me how bad you have it in your life. Go to the Sudan and tell me how bad you have it in your life. And I could go on for days. Go live in North Korea for a while and tell me how much you hate your government. And it's not funny. It's not a laughing matter at all. But I have to laugh at the ignorance of most Westerners. And it's almost a laughable matter at either the state of ignorance or the stupidity that we have going on. And most of it's not and I say ours as in like Westerners, it's not our fault. So we've been programmed that way, that we've been born into a system that teaches us what it is that we're to be indoctrinated with, right? And it's hard to be a free thinker in a society that dictates to you everything that you're allowed to think. Yeah, Lucerne is a Swiss town with an awesome lion monument that is awesome. No, I've never been to Swiss Alps or Switzerland, and Sweden's a lot farther north and west, I believe. So um, I would be interested to check it out for sure. But uh, yeah, so thanks for clearing that up for me because I wasn't 100% sure, but I am now. um, I guess let me give my brief rundown. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off, or not turn it off, but I'm going to move the chat off so I can't get distracted by it, which I often do. And I'm going to give you my take on everything as best I can in the shortest period of time, which y'all know is going to be a difficult challenge for me in my meandering ways. But uh, I think World War III started a long time ago. United States is not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. We've eroded our constitution to the degree that is no longer relative. The we the people, for the people, by the people government we established in the revolution supposedly. I say supposedly because we might not have ever have revolted from the United Kingdom or the British Crown. We might have actually been always under their rule. And we might have just been turned into a corporation instead of a sovereign nation. We might have believed we are sovereign. We might have believed that we are a nation of our own laws. When reality, from best research that I've been able to do, which is limited, indicates that we've never been independent or free or had any true amount of liberty. Okay? Go do your own research on it, but look at your social security card. Is it in all capital letters that types your name out? You might want to ask yourself why. Because in English, we have the first letter capital, all the others are lowercase. Why is it all capital letters on your social security card? Look at your birth certificate. What does your birth certificate really stand for? You might want to look into that a little bit. And I could go down a whole road of that, and I don't want to go there right now, and I don't want to get into the Freemasons and the forefathers and all that either, but you can kind of see the writing on the wall where that's going. Do your own research, make up your own mind, get your own information from true, factual sources, not just what the internet says. Now, there's places on the internet that are legitimate. You can go and use the internet as a tool. For instance, when I was having the last parole meeting I had, it's our right, or it's our responsibility to know our rights as Texans and as United States citizens. You have federal law, which is all states run by a federal government, a representative government based on our representative republic of our constitutional values. That's what the federal government's supposed to be. And you have state government, and the states' rights and the federal rights and the laws should meet in the middle, be on the same page in essence, right? But from state to state, they dictate what happens in their own territory. I look at Europe in a similar fashion. You have the European countries, they have their own laws. But then you have the EU, the European Union. That's like their new federal government. Whoever got in bed with the EU now has that federal European Union law, most often in Europe, superseding the the laws of the land. And that's what our federal government's been doing for a long time, is overstepping their boundaries and dictating to states what they can or can't do, and they use money and funding as leverage. For instance, I'll give you one example. The great state of Louisiana. Okay, well, they didn't want to raise their legal drinking age to 21. They wanted to keep it at 18. Okay, in the United States, as far as I know, everywhere in this country, you have to be 21 to purchase alcohol or to consume it legally. I'm not pro alcohol, don't get me wrong. But because Louisiana was one of the last states to hold out. Now, you can be 18 to sign up for the military to go die for your country, but you can't have a beer. That makes no sense, right? Louisiana was hard pressed to stay on the line of, hey, 18 is our legal drinking age, and you can't tell us what to do, federal government of the United States. You know what happened? The federal government of the United States didn't give them federal funding for their public roads. And if you've ever driven in Louisiana, which I've been in Louisiana, their roads are poor. That's the price you pay. And eventually they capitulated and raised their drinking age to 21. Their roads aren't any better for it, and they're decades behind everybody else. But that's what happens. You got to pay to play. And if you want to get paid to play, you got to play first and then you get paid. And to get paid, well, that's just a kickback. And the people who are supposed to be representing the people, they don't use the money appropriately anyways. And you can go on and on and on. But all I'm getting at, though, is you basically have a land of laws, and the laws have been eroded. The foundation of what we premised our laws on have been eroded. And we've turned from a republic that was based on a constitution to a democracy. Democracy is nothing more than a majority rule. Okay, well, if you have a majority of idiots, you literally have an idiocracy, which was a fictional movie. Here we're living out that fiction, and we have an idiocracy. And you can go back to Bush Jr. selling the Middle East democracy. We're not a democracy. Why do we need to sell it to the Middle East? You look at the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was going around forcing democracy. I'm not going to go into great detail about the Arab Spring, but it worked to a great extent, and it was like a domino. This one fell over, then that one fell over, the next one fell over, and next thing you know, hey, they hit a couple roadblocks. Uh, you can look at Benghazi, right? And that really kind of blew up right in their face. And when that blew up, it put a staunch on the Arab Spring and the movement and the momentum, right? And then Syria didn't just roll over and die either. And you look at the global finance, Syria isn't on the global finance standard. Neither was Gaddafi in Libya. Both of these countries gave up their chemical weapons to the international community. Both of them. It's been confirmed that both of them. When Saddam got caught in his spider hole, the first country that gave up their chemical weapons so they wouldn't get invaded next was, guess who? Gaddafi in Libya. Just so happens he was also going to do a gold standard for Africa. Africa has been one of the most impoverished continents forever, right? And it was the Westerners who divided Africa into the map that we have today. They purposely split some of these tribes to where they would have to war over resources. I've talked to quite a few Africans that have been born there, bred there, understand what's going on in Africa way better than we ever could from a book or a movie or a documentary or CNN or Fox News or PBS or whoever, NPR, you name it, right? These people were born there. They lived there. They know the history of their own place. And man, I was astonished to find out United States was not the good guy we thought we were. I was astonished to realize France wasn't the good guy I thought they were. That Britain wasn't the good guy I thought they were. That the Dutch weren't the good people I thought they were. And when I say people, I don't mean that we, the people. I mean the governments and the people calling the shots, pulling the strings, making the decisions, making the money, trying to garner the power for themselves, trying to get the land and resources for themselves. And guys in the chat, if y'all are still here when I get done with my little rant, and I'm not looking at the chat, but if you're still here in the chat when I finish my rant, please remind me, and I'll say, hey guys, what was that thing I wanted you to remind me of? Remind me of my opinion and view about Africa and the future of the world, because I have something very interesting to say about that. And I think a lot of people would be interested in that speculation, and it might give you some food for thought to think for yourself and to look forward. But when you stop to think about it, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And you have absolute powerful people for a long time using the leverages that they can to control and leverage even more power out of basically the strong take advantage of the weak, and that's the way of the world, unfortunately. And in God's world, it's the weak are made strong and exalted in due time according to his will. So for God, the last will be made first. But in the world, the first are the ones that are made last. They're the last ones to be living. They're the first ones to make that money. They're the first ones to get power. They're the last ones to pay the price for anything they ever do. Right? And they pay it forward. This is class warfare 101. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. The middle class, if you want to grow the middle class, then all you're doing is creating more poor people that think they're getting closer to getting to the top. This is how things have always gone on. The feudal system, right? Uh, the class system. Like India still has a class system. I'm sorry, Malov went to bed, but he'd be able to talk more to it than I could about the class systems over there. But yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, it's all about power. Okay, money is a tool to leverage power. Um, but not everything centers around money. It centers around the love of money. The Bible says the root of all evil is the love of money. We always forget the love of the money. I'll say money is the root of all evil is one of the most misquoted scriptures in the Bible. Money is the root of all evil. That's not true. Money is a tool. It's the love of that tool. Okay, how do you use a tool? What's up to you? You can use it with wisdom or you can use it with ignorance. But some tools are only made to be evil, like a sword. A sword's only made to cut down, to destroy, to murder, to kill, to shed blood, to sever limbs. Ceremonially, the sword has a ceremonial purpose, but there wouldn't be that ceremony if the sword didn't function the way it was supposed to get that honor of ceremony. if you stop to think about it, right? You conquer with a sword, you don't conquer with a bow and arrow. We're God's arrows, and Jesus comes with the bow in his hand, in my opinion. There's many scriptures that call believers of Christ arrows, followers of God arrows, right? And so we're in Jesus's quiver, and he'll shoot you out into the world. He'll aim you at a target, and man, you want your arrowhead to be sharp, right? And you want to go and fly straight and true, right to the target where he's sending you, right? But you won't ever hear Jesus coming with a sword because he is the sword of truth, which is the word of God, the sword of the Spirit. You stop and think about that for a minute. What is World War III? World War III, I don't know. Let me go back breaking it down because I think this is, if I can keep on point with my own thoughts, my fault. I'm getting distracted now because I'm not looking at the chat. I get astray, but just stick with me for a minute because we're going somewhere. In the Arab Spring, what you had was us, the West, selling democracy to a place that has no business in democracy. A majority of terrorists, right, because they've been radically indoctrinated, a population that is a majority of radicals, give them the opportunity to vote for their government and vote for their elected leaders that represent them and their interests. Well, if you have a dictator who's in control and power, rather they're doing it with an iron fist or not, they're sovereign over their own government. Well, let's go in and overthrow that sovereign government that rules with an iron fist, and let's give the people the power. Well, we already know the people. Problem, reaction, solution. The problem is they're radicals. If we invoke them, they're going to respond a particular way. The solution is let's bring in the puppet that we wanted all along, right? So if we can do business for 20 years, then let's do business. Let's get in bed with oil. Let's make some money, right? I'm okay. You're okay. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, right? If my friend of my enemy is my friend, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? And then once you don't get with the program, oh, hey, we're going to make you easy. But yet, hey, after we go to war with you and conquer you, after we provoked you to do what you did, we're going to go ahead and just let you slide. We're going to let you stay in power. These rules, right? And we'll still do business with you and we'll make some more money. In the process, we'll destroy a nation, we'll rebuild a nation, we'll make some more money. And you stop to think about it for a minute. Wow, why would you let a guy surrender and stay in power if he was so evil and cruel? Oh, he chemical gassed his own people. Yeah, that's evil. No matter who you are, chemical weapons are evil. Biological weapons are even more evil. Anybody who would use either one of those things is bat crap crazy. And I'm trying to be really mindful of my tongue, to be honest, but it makes zero sense to use biological weapons. If y'all ever seen 12 Monkeys or the movie Outbreak or read the book Outbreak, or I forget what the name of the book is actually, but you've seen The Stand. I mean, I can name a million movies, right, that have some kind of 28 Days Later, World War Z, go on and on. Biological weapons are evil, any way you look at it. And the people who think they have um, a vaccine or some kind of protection against a biological weapon, all it has to do is mutate one time. Your vaccine's no good. The people who would release a biological weapon, which is a living weapon, through microbes of whatever variety that you're manufacturing them and genetically modifying and engineering them, you release a living weapon out into the world. All it takes, Walking Dead. Yeah, I never heard of that show before. It takes one mutation and game over, man. Game over. And if one person in the world has access to the biological weapons and can, well, you might think about using force to take them out. That was the chemical weapons of mass destruction, right? Well, that includes chemical biological weapons. Biological weapons are uncontrollable. They go out into the world and they mutate one time, man, game over. There is no vaccine that protects you from that. Chemical weapons have a limited range, a limited extent, a limited dispersion, a limited kill ratio. They're still horrible, though. Don't get me wrong. And then you have, conventional weapons, which are still horrible. Okay, you got uh, the shock and awe campaign, right? Where we've got the mother of all the Moab, right? Which is very interesting. Biblically speaking, they use that acronym, but Moab was an enemy of God as a group of people, right? We have the mother of all bombs is a Moab, and Russia even one upped that bomb with an even bigger one. I mean, the Tomahawk missile, the Hellfire missile. If you look at weapons in general, they have very occultic names. There's a whole system of offense called the Zeus, right? I mean, I had that in one of my videos and documentaries. It's been banned worldwide now, not because of copyright infringement. I had permission to use everything I had in that video, but it was my harp video. It's banned. It used to be banned in like 142 countries in the world. Then it was 200 and something countries in the world. Now it's banned worldwide forever, permanent, zero. It's out of there. I actually got permission from the company to use what limited footage that I used that was copyrighted and even with permission to use the copyrighted material banned forever. Makes zero sense. And all I did was put together some dots, connected the dots, and then showed how these things were speculated at this time have come to pass and were real and actual applications for military use, civilian use, but mostly for negative things, and how much the technology has been progressed. And I showed a military Congress conference where these people from the military industrial complexes, and when I mentioned Raytheon earlier and Lockheed Martin, and there's a whole handful of others, Bell Helicopter and blah, 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 right? All these companies are basically jockeying for money from Congress to get government contracts. In these presentations they were making across the street from Congress, and I think it's like a week long convention, I showed how the technology that was speculated about 15 years ago was in actuality a lot earlier than we have been told. And then now they've been so um, condensed in the technology and to the point to where it's progressed to where what used to take miles and miles of antenna arrays for microwave ionospheric heater capabilities, well, those things are basically able to be put on a small ship at sea, or they're able to be put on mobile Bradley vehicles, which are kind of like a mix between a Hummer and a tank, basically, right? For lack of a quicker way to describe it. But if you can put the same HARP antenna array that in Alaska was taking up a great amount of space, and can put that on a mobile unit and run it out into the field of combat, wow. Wrap your mind around that for a minute. An ionospheric heater, what would they do if they're not heating up the ionosphere with it? And all the practical applications of these, they're non-lethal weapon systems, but hey, it doesn't take much to make them lethal, right? That documentary is gone. Why? Well, wow, because you have too much truth going on, right? They don't want you to know what you're not supposed to know, and when people start putting out what they don't want you to know, they can only go so far in staunching you, but hey, they've got a lot more access to staunching truth than we have the ability to disseminate the truth. But that's where you have to trust in God and just let Him do His thing, right? And that's where we're at. So when you start letting radicals vote in their own leaders, well, then don't be surprised when you get a radical leader. Very simple. That's what the Arab Spring was all about. Syria, okay, well, Syria isn't playing the money game for the world. Iran isn't playing the money game for the world. North Korea isn't playing the money game for the world. Libya was not playing the money game for the world, but we see what happened to Libya, right? And anybody that doesn't get on board with the system, well, it's sink or swim, right? And they're going to make people sink. And it's taken a lot longer than they anticipated in Syria, I think. But sometimes the longer they draw these things out, the more money they make, right? So when you know the United States created ISIS along with Israel, ISIS here is operating as the new boogeyman because Al Qaeda kind of just magically disappeared. Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda, right? Which Bin Laden, who was the head of Al Qaeda, actually was a CIA operative that was paid by the United States military, or at least the government. I don't know if I could say military for sure, but basically, when we invaded Iraq, after Iraq invaded Kuwait, Saddam had two choices. I can either, or Iraq could either, not Iraq, but Kuwait could either ask a Muslim to defend a Muslim nation against Muslim aggression. In Islam, a Muslim nation isn't supposed to aggress against another Muslim nation before it aggresses against a non Muslim or infidel nation, right? So they're supposed to get along until they get rid of all their enemies. What Jews would refer to as Gentiles, or what they would refer to, Arabs would refer to as Muslim Arabs would refer to as, well, you get rid of all the infidels, then we decide what our beefs are amongst ourselves. So when you have the Muslim country, the Arab Muslim country of Kuwait, and you have the Arab Muslim Saddam and his regime attacking and invading Kuwait, well, it's a land grab, it's a money game, it's oil, it's resources, blah, blah, blah. It's also access to the waterways, which is real important for trade. There's a lot more to it than what we understand and what we were sold as our truth. And I was a little kid when all this went down. I just thought America's good. Those guys are bad. The bad guys got some other good guys, so we're good guys, and we need to go in and take out the bad guys. Now watch the bombs over Baghdad live on TV, and it was my cousin and his father were both fighter pilots in Gulf War One, boomers, right? They would actually in midair fuel other planes in midair. I mean, it was pretty cool, and they were one of the only boomer father-son combos ever in United States combat, as far as I know. But everything about that was jacked up. Same thing with Vietnam, same thing with World War II, same thing with World War One, same thing with the War of 1812, same thing with the Civil War, same thing with the Revolution, same thing with, you can go on and on and on. If you get what I'm saying, war is never what we're told. It's what we're sold, right? And they pay for it with our money as taxpayers. And we would never condone what they're doing with our money. But they're using our money so they don't have to use their own. And all the profits they make off of war, hey, they split amongst themselves. More often than not, the people paying for war, when they're not using our money, and I say ours as in the we the people, when they're not using we the people's money, the people that are spending their money at the top echelons, or I say the people, it could be the companies or corporations or complexes or whatever, they're making profit and they're paying for both sides. There is no There's never any winner in war. I'll just put it that way. Nobody ever wins when you have a war. Okay? You can say these guys had victory and the victors have the spoils of war, but there's never any winners. There's only losers. Whenever war happens, everybody loses. You look at World War III. What is World War III? It's been going on forever. When World War II ended, okay, what do you think the Cold War was? And I could speculate about that and tell you my theories on that. I won't go there tonight, but I'm just saying, as soon as before World War II even ended, United States and Russia and the Allies and whoever was left of the Axis that didn't get wiped out, they were all positioning themselves for what was to come after. So the war never ended. Not to mention that a lot of the Nazis that should have been put to death were incorporated and folded into the United States government. Operation Paperclip. It's pretty much common knowledge now. You look at global finance. I did two shows, one in particular where I went over a whole bunch of information from a declassified document, Future Project of Iraq, I think is what it's called. And in that document, it gives what at one point was classified information. It was written by a British intelligence, but it was given to the United States National Security Agency. What the hell is a British officer doing anything with National Security Agency for United States? That's a conflict of interest right there. They talk about how they're going to take out Saddam, how they're going to destroy Iraq, how they're going to rebuild Iraq, how they're going to champion out the rebuilding of Iraq with contract labor, and the internationally are going to, hey, the highest bidder is going to get the contract. This is how it works, guys. This is what war is. It's a game to them. To us, it's hell, right? So look at those kids over there in Syria that have been dying, not just from 80 people in a chemical attack this week, but look at all the kids that have died in Syria. Why do they all of a sudden now want to do something about it? Well, chemical weapons is that red line we can't cross, right? They crossed that line, so we need to step in and do something about it. Um, you have to look at the pattern here, right? Because if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Well, in history, not so long ago, you had Russia was accused of blowing up a commercial airliner. I mentioned earlier. It was a ground or surface to air missile that was used. It was Russian made artillery. Okay. Um, when that was the case, well, it was undeniable that Russia blew up this plane right at the same time as the Olympics that were happening in Russia. Well, why would Russia, with the whole world's eyes on them, blow up civilians while everybody's watching? Makes no strategic sense at all from a military perspective, right? And it took over a year to come out to, face the music that, hey, it actually was Ukrainian rebels armed themselves with Russian weaponry, tried to destroy civilians, which is to them just collateral damage, right? And then blame it on Russia so it could bring out open war. That was during Obama's administration. Thank you, Obama, for getting to the facts there, right? Because you can trust that United States government to get to the bottom of truth, right? Now, you go into step two. Assad was accused of using chemical weapons on his own people before, right? And now I'll tell you this story. I don't tell it very often, but I was in prison at the time, and I remember the press conference on the TV. Mostly they're usually watching sports, but of course, when the president talks, it cuts in. And you have probably 80 in the place where I was at the time, which there was a lot of places within the unit I was at, but the place where I was at the time, you had probably 80, 90% population of black folks, right? I've got no racist bone in my body. You got 80 to 90% black folks, right? And the rest was Hispanic, and the most biggest minority was the white folk in that place. Now you could go across the unit and it'd be the exact reverse. So it's not any kind of example of what it's like at this prison or what prison is like. It's they house people differently for different strategies and reasons why. But I was in the worst of the worst places you could be on this entire unit the entire time I was there, right? So we're watching TV. Well, I wasn't watching TV, but they were watching TV. They, as in everybody else. And then the president cuts in. So then, of course, everybody goes to see what the president has to say. You don't get a lot of information in there. You don't have internet. You don't have newspapers. You don't have magazines. You don't have Facebook. You don't have anything, right? Other than a television. And there's usually fights over who gets to control what everybody's watching. Two TVs. Usually one for like television, one for sports. There's always sports on, always. And I was at a point where I don't even like to watch TV. I don't even like to hear it. I don't even care about sports anymore, and on and on and on, right? Well, the president talks. I want to hear what's going on. So we all go in and we listen. And basically, Obama is basically talking about, hey, I said the red line was chemical weapons. Assad used chemical weapons on his own people, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do, but we're going to take swift action, and it's going to be severe. Of course, he never put his money where his mouth is because he couldn't. And like all presidents, they make a lot of promises before they get in there. Then when they get briefed, they find out, well, hey, I can't do 80% of everything I had planned to do because now I know. Now what I know, it limits my capability. So I just got to put my tail between my legs, tuck it in there, and, dip my head and just walk the walk for at least 4 years. Right? And 8 if I'm lucky. And at the end, I can make a lifetime of going and writing books and giving speeches. Um, but the long story short, or long story longer, actually, I guess, is these guys in there, man, they didn't think for themselves at all. And when I heard him say that Assad had used chemical weapons on his own people, I just thought to myself, wow, that doesn't sound very smart. I was like, last time this happened for somebody in the world, it didn't work out too well for them. Why in the world would they do it? And Gaddafi gave up his chemical weapons right as soon as Saddam got caught because he didn't want the United States making a BS war on his country. And here you got Syria doing the same. Well, they've been at civil war for a few years already, so it just doesn't make sense, right? And it turns out they knew about ISIS for many, many years before we were ever even told about ISIS at all in the public eye. I wonder why that was. Let's just pull this, for lack of a better word, Trump card when it suits us, right? And I've seen pictures, and they could be doctored, they might not be. I've seen a lot of pictures of ISIS rebels that had United States military tattoos on them. That makes me wonder, right? If that's true, then hey, you might want to start thinking a little bit more deeper about what's going on. ISIS isn't just maybe these bad guys that are radical Islamics. Maybe they're just playing a role, which goes back to the puppet show I was talking about earlier. Now, in prison, everybody was like, yeah, we need to bomb the shit out of those guys. We need to start dropping some nukes over there. And man, that's evil. If you're going to bomb your own people, they need to be utterly wiped off the face of the earth. And I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, it sounds good. But problem, reaction, solution. What's the problem? A country uses chemical weapons on its own self. Reaction, the whole world gets pissed off. Solution, get rid of that government and take over that country. Wow. Geez, very simple, right? Now you start adding in the variables and the factors. Well, they don't play the money game the world wants them to. They care more about their own sovereignty and the ability to have freedom in their own country than what everyone else in that area wants to dictate to them. And you can go on and on and on. There's a million reasons why they would never do that. I'm not saying they didn't, and I'm not saying they can't. But I'm just saying, based on my rationale, on my reason, on the logic, especially from a military strategy standpoint. And everybody knows that a true dictator is a military man in most countries that have been ruled or led by dictators. They always like to wear the fancy hat, the military suit, put the little war medals on their chest, whether or not they're just playing a role or if that's what they just feel high and mighty putting those things on, or if they're actually legitimate, men of war. Doesn't really matter. But in a military strategy perspective, it makes zero sense. Okay. Now, by the time we found out that Russia actually didn't bomb that airliner, that it was actually the Ukrainian rebels blaming it on Russia using Russian weapons, I'm seeing a pattern here. By the time we found out, the damage was already done. By the time we found out, everybody else already thinks Russia's the bad guy. By the time you find out, well, they don't really ever tell you what they found out a year or so later. All they do is build up the hype of, yeah, it's undeniable Russia did this, and they build that up so long that gets in everybody's minds. So a year and a half later, or a year later, when you hear, as one little ticker across the bottom, oh yeah, rebels were responsible for the downing of this plane that we don't even remember the number of because you got the missing plane of 370 over here and this plane that crashed over there and that plane that was hijacked over there. So by the time no one really cares. Okay, well, damage is done. Everybody has this public mind to be anti Russia, to think pro Ukraine, to think you should be pro Ukrainian rebels. And like I said, I'm not Ukrainian. I'm not Russian. I'm not in there. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure there's good guys on both sides and bad guys on both sides. I'm pretty sure if they could come to peace, everybody that's of a sound mind would want peace. But I'm sure there are also some evil people that want what they want for whatever reasons, right? You go back to Syria, though, same thing happened there. Chemical weapons were used. That's a horrible thing. It pulls everybody's heart cords. It's easy to say this guy's a dictator in a Muslim country that has extreme radicals. Oh, wow. Well, who wouldn't be against getting rid of that after 15 years of indoctrination about radical Islam, right? Yet we don't realize that most of the Christians, as far as what I can tell in my research, which is limited, most of the Christians in Syria support the Assad regime. Hmm. Well, if you had such an evil dictator, radical Islamic regime, why would the Christians support that radical Islamic dictator? Hmm. Let's just stop and think about it for a minute. You don't live in Syria, neither do I. How can we pretend to know better about what's going on over there than the people that actually live over there? Use your brain. God gave you a brain for a reason. Use it, right? And there's people in this world that are very intelligent people, but they're using 0% of their brain to think about what their hearts are being drawn into. World War III is a war for your mind and your heart and your soul. That's what World War III is. I don't know if this quote's accurate, but it said, hey, I don't know what weapons they're going to use for World War III, but I know they'll use sticks and stones for World War IV. Right? I mean, that's attributed to Einstein, and that's a rough paraphrase of it, but I'm not sure that he ever actually said that in my research, which is limited. But it sounds good and it makes sense, and the truth of it resonates either way, right? So if you just begin to look at the big picture, it's not just about money and the love of money. It's not just about killing people and population control. It's not just about New World Order and government. It's not just about Illuminati. It's not just about satanic blood ritual. It's not just about a hoax. It's not just about false flags. It's just about everything all combined together as to one big package, right? And so they'll sell you this little piece here. They'll sell you that little piece there. They'll get you feeling over here. They'll get you thinking over there. And they're going to corral you into the direction they want you to go. Now, I won't go there right now, but it's depending on where you're at, they're going to proposition to you and present the information to you in a peculiar and particular way. If you live here, they're going to present it this way because they know this demographic and population is going to respond and react in such a fashion, right? But you go to a different country, and I make this point in a different capacity on the Miss Universe Ritual Transformation of America video, because on that video I show there's a Playboy um, not episode, but what do you call it? Edition, right? Or issue of Playboy from, I think it's in the 80s. I think. I haven't seen the Playboy, so don't get pointing a finger over here. But when I was researching the video, there was a Playboy um, magazine at one point, for the month or whatever, and it was having a transgender, really good-looking female that wasn't a female to begin with, right? Now in the American copy and release and promotion, it was these two twins on the front. It might have been the 90s maybe, but there's these two twins and they were on the cover in America, right? And inside one of the other nude layouts, or I don't even know what you call it, right? But Playboy usually has a handful. It's not a whole lot of nudity in it, but it'll have one or two or three photo shoots with one or two or three different models or something. So on the cover of the American edition, it's got two twins, and inside one of the other two or three chicks that they have naked in there was the transgender person, right? Now, I think I found at least three other copies from internationally, right, that had on the cover the transgender chick or dude or whatever you want to call them. And if you haven't seen the video, you can go watch it and see me explain it a little bit more efficiently, right? But I just thought it was really weird that in America that stuff wouldn't fly at the time, right? You do it now, and everybody'd be like, "Oh yeah, you need to uh, flaunt it, embrace it and promote it, and the liberals would be all about that." And there's a lot of people would say, "Well, I'm not for it, but I don't see any problem with them getting what's theirs." You go back 10, 15, 20 years ago, and people be up in arms with pitchforks and torches, and that's what happens when you desensitize culture. Over time, it erodes. Go 200, 300 years, and you look at the same process has happened with our Constitution, like I said earlier. Now, uh, I think it was South Africa and Japan, and I don't remember the other country, but there was like at least three other countries where on the cover they had the transgender person. In America, they had the two twins that were females, and all of them were beautiful, right? I won't lie. Even the transgender person was beautiful. But it's to me, it's really weird that they'll show you one thing and give you another, right? Or they'll sit here and promote it one way to this demographic and this international group, and then they'll present it a different way because they know they'll take it differently. And they'll ebb and we have to look at it's global war. That's why they call it world war, right? Well, in global, I know for the flat earthers they don't like that term global, but um, for a world war, when you look at that, it's entailing and including the whole world because the whole world is affected by it. You can't just look at United States relations with Syria. It's not that simple. United States relations with Turkey and Syria. Okay, what's more than that? United States relations with Turkey and Syria and Russia. It's more than that. You have to look at that whole region where Syria's at, and everybody in that region's affected by what's going on. And the refugee crisis is created just from that one country alone, and there's refugee crises going on beyond just that one country. I mean, how many of you are familiar with what's going on in Yemen? Could you even name one damn city in the country of Yemen? Just saying. That's one example, right? I mentioned Myanmar earlier. Has anyone ever even heard of the country of Myanmar? Just saying, you know. It, I'm not saying this to belittle anybody or degrade anyone, but there's a lot of things going on that we don't know. And to be honest, most of us don't care about. When you look at a world war, it includes the whole world. Well, to include the whole world, you have to look at the big picture in terms of the entire world. How does the relationships with the United States factor into the relations with Syria, factor into the relations with Jordan, factor into the relations with Iraq, factor into the relations with Israel, factor into the relations with um, Yemen and Saudi Arabia and Russia and Turkey and Greece, and then all the way up through Europe, all the way to Sweden. Look at the refugee crisis and the migration. It's all a plan with a purpose. Doesn't just happen by accident. Nothing ever happens by coincidence. Now, does a plan always go as planned? No, it doesn't, right? But in this instance, with what happened this week, a lot of kids died. And I can't tell you how many of my friends on Facebook that are oblivious to the truthers' truth, right? They're oblivious. Some of them are good, God fearing Christians, as best I can tell, which is not my job to assess that. Some of them are very left wing, liberal, secular humanists that could care less about anything other than themselves and their money. And even those people are getting in their feelings about seeing some of these chemical weapon videos. I don't blame them to some degree, right? But they're feeding right into the emotional part of it. And when you stop to think about it, your thoughts and your emotions are the two things that dictate your behavior. And there's a lot of people that are about to behave in ways that are not becoming of themselves or what they stand for. And there's a lot of people that want to stand for the right and good thing to do. Or whether or not you are pro or anti Trump, there's a lot of people that don't understand geopolitics and what's going on the grand scheme. and they're really patting Trump on the back for taking a hardline stance against this and taking action. And to some degree, from that ignorant mentality, I would say, hey, they're right on. Once you become more informed, though, you can't just be right on about that. Um, and there's other people that are so anti-Trump that now this is an example where they're starting to think about a higher truth because this just proves what they've been saying all along. Trump's going to bring World War III. Okay, well, it's funny that both sides are saying that. If Hillary gets elected, she'll bring World War III. Well, if Trump gets elected, he'll bring World War III. Hmm, kind of seeing another pattern there. If you stop to think about it for just a minute, get out of your feelings, get out of what you think, and start looking at what it is that there is to think. Look at all your options. Look at all the information available. Assess it the best you can and then take it to God. God told us these things are going to happen. Don't let your heart be troubled. These things have to happen before I can return. If you haven't ever read it, Matthew 24 is probably, in my opinion, for the days that we live in, I think Matthew 24 is probably the most important chapter in the Bible as far as prophecy is concerned. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. And tonight I'm just giving you all my speculation, my opinions, my thoughts, and my feelings. But when you consider this week, man, it's horrible. I didn't even want to listen to what happened. I didn't want to read an article. I didn't want to watch a video. I didn't want to see anybody decode it. I didn't want to hear about hoaxes. I didn't want to, and nothing, you know? Russia says that we should have taken our time and got an investigation and gotten to the bottom of it before we took such swift, aggressive action. I agree with that 100%. The time to act has a limited window of opportunity when it comes to acts of aggression like that. Some people are saying that Trump superseded his ability as president and what he should have been capable of doing. As far as I can tell, that's not the fact or the truth. You don't need congressional approval or support to do certain things within a very limited windows of opportunity. Um, Now, it's not an act of war, although it could be considered by some an act of war. I mean, it depends on if you're going by international global law, if you're going by Geneva Convention, if you're going by a sovereign law. I mean, you could go on and on with that, right? And that's the whole red tape game. They'll get you paying attention over here while this is going on over there, while you're thinking about that, and then you're talking about this, and next thing you know, you're spun around to the point where the people pulling the strings are doing what they want to. And your strings, as the puppet that you are getting tangled. Once you get tangled up in it, then you're no good for the show anymore, right? And they'll just cut you loose. And you see that with a lot of these dictators, right? Look at the first revolution that happened in Egypt after the Arab Spring. They got who they thought was their guy in to overthrow the dude who was somebody else's guy, right? And the people rose up against that dude too. So they rose up against the first one, got rid of him. The second one was worse than that dude, and then they overthrew that guy, and they got the third dude in. That's what happens with these things, right? So it's anarchy, and they want to create, as far as I can tell, chaos, and order has to come out of the chaos. The phoenix rises out of the ashes, all that jazz. Well, we're in the process of them trying to destabilize the world. I believe that a lot of what's going on with the immigrants, and they're not immigrants, they're refugees. I would say at least half, maybe more than half of the refugees are probably used, whether they realize it or not. Not saying they're radical terrorists or anything, but they're being used by higher powers to destabilize the West on purpose with intent. In the social systems, just as the illegal aliens have done here in the United States, with it's illegal to be an immigrant that is illegal. We don't want to acknowledge that illegal immigration is against the law. We won't even enforce our law, and then we want to act like these people are owed something by a government that's not even their own. I mean, to call a spade a spade. An illegal alien is an illegal person in a country they're not supposed to be in. And it pisses me off sometimes to think about I'm a legal person going to a legal place and I can't stay because I follow the rules. I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't have to leave Sweden, but I have to because I follow the law as best I can. I mean, I paid the price for not doing it, as y'all know. But, and I'm not against illegal aliens as people. I've met a lot of illegal aliens and I love a great many of them. Some of my favorite ones were ones I met in jail and prison. And you can't tell me illegal aliens aren't breaking the law. I was in with illegal aliens that had raped and murdered. Literally, I went to prison with a guy who cut his own wife's head off. He was an illegal alien from Honduras. Tell me again how Trump is racist because he said illegal aliens are raping our women and killing and drugging. I mean, there's legal immigrants that are doing the same thing. There's legal citizens that are doing the same thing. It's not any different for anybody. They're people breaking the law. That's as simple as you can put it. Murderers murder, stealers thieve, druggies drug, right? Rapist rape, and so on and so on. A crime is a crime is a crime, but either way, we have to address it's either legal or it's not. And to be an illegal immigrant means you immigrated illegally, which means you're breaking the law. Okay? And a refugee is of special limbo status. To me, there's so many people waiting in line to legally immigrate. It's not fair to give privilege and preference to the illegals. I don't think you can have a sanctuary city. I don't think you can do all those things. And I'm not going off on illegal immigration, although I'm a little bit going off on it. But um, illegal immigration destabilizes our social programs. Now but there's a flip side to that. There are a lot of illegal aliens that are here working off, like under the table, but that are yet paying into the tax system. There are not all, but there are a lot of illegal aliens that pay taxes, but there's nobody to attribute that tax to, and there's a surplus. I know a couple right now I could tell you about that pay more taxes than I do, but they're illegal, so there's nowhere for that tax to go other than into a surplus. But then there's a lot of people that drain the system. When they go to the hospital, they have to get health care. It's illegal for the hospital to turn them away because they're not legal citizens. But who's going to pay the debt for what they incur in their health care? Right? Well, then you pay that forward to the taxpayer and so on and so forth. And, I mean, the system's effed. I'm just going to say that, right? But that's what happens when you put your faith in man's system and ways. That's all I can say, right? And so destabilization can come in many different forms. It can come in the form of refugees, it can come in the form of bottom feeders, it can come in the form of illegal immigrants, it can come in the form of false flag and hoax attacks, it can come in the form of bringing something about that's going to get everybody on board to, as a majority, vote or believe in a certain direction. That seems to happen every 4 years or so, last time I checked. And then look at how much conversation and confrontation comes from people's disagreements. Well, you're pro Trump, so I hate you. And I'm pro Obama, and I hate you, right? You look at it and it's just sad, right? Well, Bush is just the opposite of what Obama is, and Obama's going to fix everything Bush did wrong for 8 years, right? Well, geez, Trump's going to fix everything that Obama did wrong for 8 years. Geez, Bush is going to fix everything that Clinton did wrong for 8 years. Geez, that Clinton's going to fix what Bush Sr. did for 4 years. Geez, that Ronald Reagan was so great, right? If you actually research and study some of the things he did, not so great. All in all, I mean, the world's a stage and everybody has a role to play in it, right? And you start looking at these roles and you look at the players and they're just actors acting for the most part. Rather they believe the role that they're playing is the true reality, or rather the puppeteer is just pulling their strings and they're just acting out what they were intended to act out. Either way, God's in control, but God has left this world over to its own devices. God didn't put Trump in office. United States citizens did, if you can believe in the vote. But there was so much of a public outcry for a Trump to have the pendulum swing in the opposite direction of 8 years in a liberal left swing. They want it to swing in a far right conservative direction now. And I say they as in a majority of real people. And unfortunately, the majority, or I should say fortunately, I wouldn't characterize it fortunate or unfortunate, but a majority of people have a tendency to be either middle leaning or right wing leaning in conservatism. But the most outspoken and vocal demographic would be the left wing, the Democrats, right? And not that all Democrats are left wing by any means, but when you stop to look at the political system, what happens in the spectrum is the pendulum swings to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, just like a clock. The only problem is when the fulcrum, where that pendulum is swinging from, moves in a left or right direction, then now your center of what was moderate or in the middle becomes progressively one way or the other. Now, if the pendulum swings to the right long enough, then the fulcrum and center point moves to the right as well. We've been moving in a left direction for so long that the pendulum has now swung to, if you want to be a conservative right wing person from what would have been considered moderate 50 years ago, you are now considered a radical right wing believer, right? And what used to be radical left wing liberalism now is the moderate middle. And the young generation eats it hook, line, and sinker. I was one of them for a long time. Well, I'm a free thinker. I don't just buy what the system sells. Anti-system, blah blah blah. Screw the man. All right. Well, at the end of the day, where does that get you? Politics doesn't really ever get you anywhere other than in an argument. I've never seen anybody have an argument or a discussion in politics where at the end they're like, "Wow, I'm just so thankful you told me all those things. My political view has totally changed now, and you've converted me. I now have faith in your point of view instead of my own." Take that to a Facebook level, and how many people have you ever seen change their minds from a political debate or argument on Facebook? Right? And then take these same attitudes and mentalities. The left wing is broken, the right wing's broken. They're both on a bird that never flew to begin with, like an ostrich, right? We're putting our head in our sand as that bird, anyways. And at some point, we might lay an egg or two, but either way, the eggs are going to get eaten. We're going to get butchered and cooked like the giant chicken or turkey we are. And at the end of the day, we're all going to sit back and wonder, geez, I just never saw this coming. I wonder why this happened, right? I forget who it was telling me recently, but United States is going to be the reason why United States collapses. And we got the leader in power right now that we deserve as a country, right? And Trump, whether he's a good guy or a bad guy or an Illuminati Apollo worshiper or just some dumb dude with a bunch of money, or rather he's the narcissist or womanizer that we all know that he more than likely is, doesn't really matter what you think about Trump. All that matters is what God thinks about you. While we're busy talking about Trump and we're busy thinking about right wing, left wing, Obama, Bush, Trump, Hillary, all that, where's God anywhere in that? People are more worried about their political views than their spiritual relationship with God. And I've seen people get so low down and dirty that, well, if you're for Hillary, you can't be a believer in Christ because that's just impossible. The same thing with Trump. Well, if you're for Trump, you're just ignorant and you're a racist bastard. And there's no way that you could have the love of the Father in you if you love Trump because he's just such a narcissist. His God is mammon, right? Who are we to question if Jesus has truly changed his heart? Do you know what's in Donald Trump's heart? I don't. But I'll tell you this, after I watched his speech last night, and there's a lot of Illuminati symbolism and there's a lot of prophetic numbers that goes along with it, but I'll tell you this one thing that I noticed. When I watched his speech, I'm really good at picking up body language. I'm not saying that to toot my own horn or to toot my own trump, right? But when I saw him give his speech, he referred to God a lot. Now, I'll tell you this, I know a lot of people that believe they're saved and they believe they're Christians and they talk about God an awful lot, but there's no Jesus there. There's no Holy Spirit there. There's no love of the Father there, right? And they're deceived of themselves. They believe that they're following God. They believe they're good people that are going to go to heaven because they're not bad or evil. They do err not knowing the scriptures, as many of us do to much degree. And it's sad. Sometimes that's the saddest condition to be in, is to believe that you're saved and you're really not, right? I look at Trump, and what he was saying 20 years ago isn't anything close to what he's saying now. And at least he's talking about God now. Now, is he talking about the God on the back of the dollar bill? Is he talking about the God of this world with the lowercase g? Is he talking about the God of Israel? Is he talking about our Father in heaven? Or is he, just generally referencing something that's a buzzword that's going to get everybody thinking, well, hey, hey, he's referencing God. God bless America, right? Was that Lucifer, the God of this world? Or is that, our Father in heaven? We can't distinguish that. We don't have enough information to go by to figure that out. So when he says no child of God, okay, he's generally referencing every person that's alive. I couldn't help but think, if he is referencing Lucifer, then everybody in the world is Lucifer's until they're born again. So no child of the devil should be destroyed without some kind of recompense, is one way to interpret what he said spiritually. But the other way is a guy who's at least trying to invoke or evoke God, rather it be for vanity. All is vanity, according to Solomon, anyways, but it could be at least his best effort. Now, a guy who says he's Christian, but when he's asked if he's ever repented, and can't give a straight answer about that. Have you, have you ever repented? Well, I don't think I need to, really. I think it's kind of the gist of what he said. But when he was asked what his favorite scripture was, he couldn't give even one single scripture. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't give one. He didn't give one. He might have had one in his mind or in his heart or some close paraphrase to it, but maybe he didn't want to get involved in, biblical scriptural talk. And for political reasons, if you got atheist left-wing liberals that are going to crucify you for even mentioning God, the fact he's mentioning God to me is, I wouldn't necessarily give him a pat on the back, but that's at least a bold step in a direction that's moving in a better direction if he's genuine about it. But politics is about lying. If you want to get into office, you pretty much can't tell the truth, or you can't share what you believe, or you have to be vague enough in your answers in the middle of the road to where it could swing both ways. You don't want to piss off any group of constituents if you need their vote, right? So even mentioning God or a scripture at all will, take votes away for you from the Jewish community who might not be for a Christian Bible. They might take away from atheists who definitely don't want any Bible. It might take away from Satanists who, if you even talk about the real God, they're going to hate you forever for that too. I mean, you just look at it. Politics is about making everybody happy all the time as best you can, and that's impossible on all accounts. So I'm not giving him any free passes, but I'm just saying this dude gets so much grief thrown his way. The same with Obama. Well, hey, he's the Antichrist, right? Well, that'd work out. World War III already started, and we should be halfway through the Great Tribulation by now, according to what a lot of those prophecies were on YouTube. Hell, you go back to 2012, we're supposed to have Nibiru and Planet X and uh, you name it, right? 2012 was the end of days, the end of an age. Where are we here, right? Well, it's quite a few years after 2012. And significant things are happening all the time. We're living in one of the times when prophecy is being fulfilled at an ever increasing rate. Keep your eyes on the prize and watch out. That's why I even did this tonight. Did Assad bomb his own people with chemical weapons? I believe that to be highly unlikely, but it's still possible. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't have predator drones that can spy in the sky at all times. I don't have HD resolution from supposed satellite imaging. I don't have um, the intelligence base over there in that side of the world that networks all the way over to here. I don't have radio communications with embeds infiltrated into the regime and the rebel groups. I don't have access to all this stuff. All I have is my brain, common sense, and what little there is out there to pilfer through. And in my mind, they already tried to make him out to be a patsy in a setup before. And what I've heard, and I'll finish some of the things with this before another intermission, and we'll close soon. But if you stop to think about it, and I've said that about a million times tonight, so if I have emphasized anything, stop and think. So the two directives I would give you as advice: stop feeling and thinking what you're already feeling and what you're already programmed to think. Stop and think about what you have available to you to consider. Consider the thoughts, right? You don't have to draw a conclusion. Everybody's so quick to want to make up their mind. Maybe you should take some time before you make up your mind. I don't know who did what. Based on what I do know, it doesn't seem likely that what they're telling me is the story I should be believing. That's simple. I heard that Assad and his government bombed a rebel outpost in a community. That rebel outpost had been stockpiling chemical weapons. It's already been said and proven, at least it was agreed by the United Nations, that Assad had given up all of his chemical weapons. So for a guy that A, doesn't have any chemical weapons, either B, really never had any chemical weapons after he gave them all up, or lied and kept some for himself. One or the other, can't be true. So either he did give it all up, which was confirmed by the UN, or he didn't. And if they're saying that he used them, then that only leaves one option. Yeah, he kept some for himself. He lied to the United Nations, and here he is doing bad things again. Even though he didn't do that the first time, but we made him out to be a patsy so he could take the heat for it. This is what blows my mind. If Assad and the regime, according to what they say, bombed an outpost of the rebels who were stockpiling these chemical weapons, when they bombed the rebel outpost, geez, the chemical weapons dispersed into that community where they were stockpiling anyways. That's no different than not following Geneva Conventions and militants fighting without a uniform, shooting and fighting from inside the back of an ambulance, setting up their military posts and positions inside of schools where children are, or operating outside of a hospital, which are no-go zones for militants, right, according to Geneva Conventions. So, wow, imagine that. A rebel outpost stockpiles chemical weapons they're not supposed to have. The government doesn't even have. So now you have the rebels with a one up on the government. The government finds out, bombs them. When they bomb them, maybe not even knowing they had chemical weapons stockpiled there. Well, it didn't. Disperses into the community. Well, now we get our UN workers over there, which there's some theories about that. Get our international news coverage, get our satellite footage, and show all these deaths of all these kids, pull everybody's heartstrings, and then wow, the war drums have been beating so hard, everybody's bouncing to the beat of uh, the witch hunt for Assad, right? And to me, it all makes perfect sense that he was given intelligence to act swiftly. He acted swiftly. They bombed the rebels. I mean, they're about to win the war. This is like the third time they've been about to win, and then some bullshit happens. Wow. Wow. Imagine that. Then it hits the fan, and who takes the heat? Them, because it splatters on them. Right? That's not the person who pooed. That's not the person who threw the poo in the fan. It's always the ones in the front of the fan that are getting the heat. We never go do the DNA test to see where the poo came from. We never look at the trajectory of how it actually hit the fan to see where it came from. We'd rather just look at the mess, and no one ever wants to clean up the mess. We just want to blow up the mess so we don't have to even clean it up. When Trump gave that speech the other night, he looked literally like either one of two things in body language. Either A, he felt really bad about what he just had to, basically make the call on and do, or B, he didn't want to do it. He didn't like doing it, but he was made to do it. And a guy like Trump never likes to be made to do anything against his own will or volition. And Trump is the kind of guy that holds a grudge. So the body language that I picked up on was either A, he's very remorseful for what he had to do, but if you're bombing a military base and you're killing military people and you called ahead of time to tell the Russians to get their guys out to let them know they're about to bomb them. You minimalize the civilian risk at all. Remorse seems a lot less likely other than if he knows how A, B, and if he knows how A, B, and C are going to pan out after you drop the bombs, he could be remorseful for the course and direction that the world's going to go in the climate of a World War III getting hot, not just having been cold for so many years. Or he was manipulated and forced into making that decision and it was against his will. And I lean towards option B. It seems a lot more likely to me that he's just a puppet and he's just now starting to come to terms and realize, wow, for the first time in my life, it's not just a small loan of $1 million that my dad gave me. It's not just my Mar-a-Lago. It's not just my golf courses and my finance and real estate and business and my art of the deal. All of a sudden now, the art of the deal is, hey, this is the deal, and we're going to tell you what the deal is. And then the art is going to be how well can you play the part. I don't think a guy like him likes playing a part, but he's not the kind of guy that's going to just quit and walk away either. So, the last thing I'll say about this whole thing in this portion and aspect is if, and I say if, and this is speculation on my part, if the rebels, which occupied the town where the chemical weapons went off, if they were dispersed or used or dropped or however you want to word it, right? No matter which option you take, if the rebels were the ones that were stockpiling those chemical weapons, that the government had been confirmed by the United Nations, which you can't trust them anyways. If the government had given up their chemical weapons, but the rebels had them, you have to ask yourself a few questions. A, where did the rebels get the chemical stockpile of weaponry? Just think about it, because you can't just go make this stuff in your garage, all right? You can't just buy the materials on the market. You can't go to Amazon or eBay and order this stuff. It's not like you can go to Walmart and buy it either. And things are a lot harder to come by. Now, on the black market, you can probably get almost anything. On the dark web, you could probably almost get anything. More often than not, though, the people that are selling those almost anythings, it's a setup and a trap to get you for trying to buy it. So I'm just going to tell you, Turkey, and this is another interesting thing, sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors, all that. Turkey was busted red-handed funding ISIS in Syria. Now, when Turkey shot down the Russian plane, which was a fighter jet plane, not a commercial airliner with civilians, it was an act of war, in my opinion. But they weren't even in yet, right? When that Russian plane got shot down, and it's horrible what happened to the pilots, but um, when that happened, Russia got pissed off, and it didn't take but a week, I think, 1 to 2 weeks, to provide intelligence, satellite imagery, finance, and numbers that to the tune of billions of dollars. I want to say it was like $100 million a week or a month ISIS was getting from Turkey. And I'm not going to even talk about the United States connection, because I'm just going to say this too. If I get suicided, I'm telling you guys, I will never commit suicide. If there's a murder suicide and my name's involved, I would never murder anybody unless it was in self-defense. I would never murder my own family, and I surely would never commit suicide. If I get 2 shots to the back of the head, no, it's not suicide. I'm just saying these things in case some unforeseen thing may take place, right? Let it be known on record for you guys that are here. Um, but when Turkey got busted red-handed, do you know why nobody knows about this truth? Why nobody even knows about this information? I mean, there's a handful of people that were paying attention and saw it, but it's because there was a mass shooting in California that same day that Russia released it. Russia had talked about releasing the information for, I think, 2 to 3 days. Smoking gun evidence, we're going to prove it. They shot our guy down. they're up to some fishy crap, and we're gonna put it out there on blast for everybody in the world to see. The day they released all that information, and it's a lot of information. I mean, like, in my opinion, indisputable from what I saw, although my information and research was limited. From my opinion and my perspective, based on my limited research and my limited access to information, indisputable evidence that Turkey was being used as proxy by the United States, being funded to fund the third party proxy of ISIS, and they're also funding and arming the United States with a couple other allies, or I don't know if you could say allies, are also or were also, they probably still are, but we're funding the rebels too and arming the rebels too. So here you've got one proxy and government rebels that are having a civil war against a sovereign regime. Then you have ISIS, who comes in as a boogeyman and fights amongst those own rebels because of their radical Islamic views to some degree. It could be infighting because, in this case, the enemy of my enemy isn't my friend. There's a number of reasons I speculate as to why they're infighting, but that infighting actually gave an advantage to the government. And as the government got ahead, that's when you started seeing the chemical weapons stuff pop up. But, anyways, when Russia actually gave the indisputable evidence, they had the mass shooting in California. And we wouldn't call it a radical Islamic, and we didn't call it terrorism. We didn't call it all the things that it, by definition, it was. Unless it was a hoax, which everything for some people, everything's a hoax, you know. Um, we were so caught up here with what was going on in California, we didn't even pay attention to what internationally was going on. So this is always, they'll have you look over here while they're doing something over there. And if you start paying too much close attention, then the next thing you know, hey, they're going to do something way over there. So while the Olympics are happening, let's set up Russia to be the patsy, okay? While the whole world's looking at the civil war going on, let's use some chemical weapons and blame it on them, right? And oh wow, we got our hand caught in the cookie jar. United States is helping Turkey use ISIS as a proxy. Wow, let's have a mass shooting over in California, right? And then just so happens all these things line up with high ritual days of human sacrifice. Goes back to like a war on terror, a war on drugs, a war you can never win because you're fighting an idea, not an actual enemy. Al Qaeda just kind of magically disappears all of a sudden, and now you got ISIS, the boogeyman, shows up out of nowhere that they had been knowing about for over a decade before we were even told who they were. I mean, did you guys ever wonder where ISIS came from? Or ISIL, or however you want to describe them? I can't help but to think of the false god is ISIS. Osiris and Isis? Wow, it just so happens ISIS. I've seen the acronym broken down to something having to do with Israel, and the Mossad always has a connection to a lot of these things. On and on and on it goes, right? And this is like musical chairs. On and on the music goes. When it stops, no one knows. But you better have your butt in a seat when the music stops, or else you might as well lose your meat, right? That's the way this thing works. So I haven't seen the chat in probably over 30 minutes, and I've been talking for a long time, and I have a couple conclusions to give at the very end, but that's pretty much my rundown on as much as I can think to tell. So I'm going to put a song on, and I'm going to take a few moments to just breathe and relax a little, because I get amped up when I talk about this stuff a little bit more than usual. And I'll check the chat, and we'll get close to closing out and praying out. So I'm really thankful for everybody being here, and thanks for humoring me and listening to me jibber jabber for so long. It means a lot to me. There's been times in my life where I just wish I had one person that would actually listen and hear what I'm saying. And as far as I can tell, it looks like there's about 30, 34 people right now. So that's a lot more than one. And it means a lot to me. So rather you agree or disagree with me, hey, we can agree to disagree, or I'm sure you guys have your own thoughts and feelings about it all. And either way, I think just having this conversation means a lot. And when I asked the two opening questions, do you think Assad use chemical weapons on his own people, and do you think our response to it was appropriate? Most everybody said no and no. To me, that tells me that we have a very informed audience, as far as not just taking what they sell us and tell us, that we think for ourselves. And even if you had said yes and yes, I would ask why and why, and then we could discuss it and talk about it. So um, I think we'll discuss and talk about it as soon as I get back. So this kind of a topic wears me out. And anytime I think about chemical or biological weapons, I know some people that have been affected personally by chemical weapons, and it breaks my heart. Um, I've got a neighbor right now he's got a very poor quality of health, a large in part due to his exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam. And that's not even a hardcore chemical agent, comparatively speaking, to the things they're working with and using now. Um, Watching kids die, that never feels good. Talking about massive death, that's never cool. Talking about things that will get you on edge. We're not supposed to be having our cares or concerns to the degree to where it becomes worry or fear, right? But these are scary things to talk about, but we're not given a spirit of fear. So trust in the Lord and realize that no matter what your role or part to play is in the grand scheme of a World War III, know that your place in the world is not in the world, or it's in the world for a limited time, but it's not of the world. So pray for the world and pray. I mean, that's the best thing we can really do until God tells us to do something more. Other than that, we're already told to stand. So make your stand spiritually in prayer, praying always, beg in the spirit for these people, your enemies and your friends, people you don't even know. I mean, that's to me is the greatest thing we can do, is come together in one spirit with one accord. And yeah, I don't know what else I can say about that. So that seems like a good song to play for it. So I'll be back. Come with me if you want to live. Every now and then I begin to wonder what might have been had we done things differently. Every now and then we lose another friend. This wicked world sin claims another victory. Can't you see? Heed the quiet ones play. Take someone by the hand. Make them understand. Love your fellow man. Every once in a while, I smile when I see a little baby child full of hope and innocence. Every now and then, self-discipline comes from within with unfair consequence. It just makes sense to heed the quiet ones play. Take someone by the hand. Make them understand. Love your fellow Not so long ago, I was feeling low, cause I really didn't know what course the world would take. It's all within our grasp, learn from the past, make world peace last, don't make the same mistakes. For heaven's sake, heed the quiet ones play. Take someone by the hand.
Make them understand. Love your fellow man. Love your fellow man. Love your fellow man. Love your fellow man.
Brr, do it. There we go. Brr. It's my favorite part at the end there. I like it. So yeah, it's 2:30 a.m. here. It's 3:30 for some of y'all, and it's even later or earlier depending on where you're at. So thanks for being here. I'm actually in the chat now looking at it, and um, Africa. So yeah, okay. Thanks for reminding me, everybody. I saw y'all saying Africa a few times, and so I'll go ahead and give you my thoughts about that. But uh, thanks, Doc. I appreciate that, man. And Walt. Yeah, Ash, y'all can go ahead and thumbs up if you want to. Let's see where we're at. 25 thumbs up and 38 thumbs down. I'd asked earlier, closer to the beginning, because there was like, I don't even remember how many thumbs down, like out of nowhere. No one wanted to stay and talk about why they had a thumbs down. And I have my ideas and speculations, but if you want to change it, you can feel free. If y'all all want to hit thumbs down, that's cool with me too. So um, it makes me smile either way. So see. So yeah, that's my rundown on everything. Things are going to escalate, and to me, it's if it's not one thing, it's going to be another. So just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's not funny, but Jesus said, don't let your heart be troubled. He said, hey, fear not, because these things have to take place before I can come back. So if I'm seeing these things happen, I'm looking at it as the writing on the wall. He said it would happen. It's happening. That just means we're that much closer to his return. So I don't look at it with joy or pleasure, but I look at it with zeal and anxious awaiting. Is that even a word? Awaitance? I'm anxiously awaiting his return. I'll just look at it that way, right? So, um, yeah, we don't get trolls here very often. I'm fortunate enough that they just drop in to hit the dislike button instead of stick around giving us grief. So, under every bridge of truth, there will be trolls. That's what I always say. So, um, yeah, I don't know. So, I just have a hard time believing that a guy who's about to win a civil war that's been ongoing for so long is going to, after already being accused of it once to be made out to be a patsy, which is proven out to be BS, is going to do it again after he already gave up all those weapons that he could have even done it again with. Either Syria and Russia are deeply in bed together, which Russia's trying to distance themselves a little bit and saying we can't unconditionally support Syria, we can't control what they're doing. Right? Russia wouldn't be creating that distance. And how many people are eating crow, just like that guy I mentioned earlier, gave me grief, argued with me for over 2 hours about how Hillary Clinton was going to be the Illuminati shoe in, right? I think Donald Trump's going to be a lame duck for 4 years. I think that Hillary Clinton could come back for a second round of trying to be elected. And I think a lot of people, especially the left wing liberals, are going to be like, oh, wow, see, you got exactly what we said would happen with Trump. And, this just proves we should have taken Hillary. And there's going to be a lot of people with buyer's remorse that are probably going to, depending on how obsolete the Republican candidate would be the next time around, I think a lot of them will probably say, hey, let's give Hillary a chance. It can't be any worse than the last 4 years. I could see her coming back and getting elected more likely than I saw her getting elected this time around. because even if the numbers are rigged, the polls are rigged, which I believe to an extent that is the case. And I've heard some very interesting discussion on the algorithms and how they do the voters fraud and stuff like that. The desirable candidate according or compared to the undesirable candidate, and how even fractions of votes are basically like a worm virus are carried over to the one that they really want, and they is the powers that be. Yeah, you could say Back to the Future predicted it, The Simpsons predicted it. I mean, there's a lot of predictions, but ultimately, when you stop to take time to think about it, in my mind, if you just stop and think, if it doesn't make sense and it doesn't add up, then there's something more to be understood. Everybody wants to just jump straight on a bandwagon. Well, don't be so quick to get on a bandwagon. That's all I'm gonna say. People saying that Hillary's sick, that she's been sick, and all this stuff, but hey, last time I saw her, she looked just fine. And last time I checked, she's got multiple doubles of herself too, like most of these people do. And I'm not gonna go into the clone stuff and all that jazz, but very interesting, just food for thought, right? But it really, to me, it makes I got railed against for hours about Hillary being the one who's going to get in there. And I said, hey, rather it's rigged one way or the other, the people, too many people have said they want Trump. If they put Hillary in, everybody knows that she didn't get enough votes. And if she didn't get enough votes, then hey, if they put her in anyways, then everybody's going to get pissed off and figure out that the jig is up, right? The game, it's game over because they're going to figure out that it's rigged. Well, to let people believe it's not rigged, well, then you let them have their vote for a change. Wow, imagine that. The system actually goes the way it's meant to go. So Trump gets in, and the same argument she had against Trump getting in was the same argument she had no qualm about when she beat Bernie Sanders with the exact same type of scenario. It's really weird, you know. Uh, so how much crow is that dude eating now when he said Hillary, 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 Hillary? Right. Well, there's no record of that discussion we ever had because it's been wiped off the internet, not because of conspiracy, but because to save face, birds of a feather kind of style. But I find it really interesting that, everything that I said would happen months and months ago happened exactly the way I said. I talked about World War III already having begun months and months ago, and it's playing out almost exactly as I said. And I'm not trying to say, hey, look what I said, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, we've heard sirens the last couple days here. I'm in Texas. Sirens yesterday and day before, and the last video I made that was pre-recorded, or actually the video before that, you can actually hear the sirens in that video too. But there was a tornado warning, so you're gonna have sirens going on when that happens. Um, but every time I hear the sirens, it always makes me wonder, is that the weird sounds going on around the world? Who knows? So, uh, where was I? I keep getting distracted, and that's my own fault. And now you can see why I haven't been looking at the chat because it does distract me. This might not be a bad thing sometimes, but so yeah, how much crow are the people having to eat? Um, that basically said that Trump was in bed with Russia. Not to say that he isn't to some degree still, anyways, but oh yeah, Trump and Russia are like best buddies. Now all of a sudden we're looking at we're going to World War III with Russia. It's really weird. So I've been back in Texas for about a month or so. Shame on you, Timmy. For what? Shame on me for following the law. I talked about it earlier. I left because I had to. But hey, Katya. Hey, Sophia. Hey, let's see. I didn't say hi to you earlier, although I did see you pop in a long time ago. Was it Odette? Odette stays. I'm glad to see you too. It's glad. Oh, San Antonio. Or if SA is San Antonio, that's what I would assume. But um, yeah, they do testing on the sirens every so often to make sure, and they usually do it during the daytime when everybody's at. Yeah, I'll get to Africa, Franco. I haven't forgot. Um, They test the sirens and stuff from time to time to make sure. They usually do it during the day when most people are at work and not at home, so that it can work and function at the nighttime, and that way people don't, freak out. But hey, Levi, what's going on? The war has already been won, but we've got a lot of battles to face between we get there. So let's see. So my take on Africa. Let's see. If you think about it, the most untapped, uncivilized place that has the most natural resources and the most potential in the world is Africa. And I was mentioning earlier, I've talked to some African folks, and they literally, more than one of them has told me that and you have a handful of Western countries, mostly European, that have split the map up and made what we see as the countries in Africa. They split the map up on purpose to separate resources from communities. So let's give an example that I was told by a guy that was born and raised there, right? He literally said, if you were to look at two warring tribes in an area, right? He said you might have a water hole. Now, both warring tribes would acknowledge that, hey, that water hole is necessary for both of our ways of life. So it would be basically like a demilitarized zone. My community and your community can share the water hole. But whenever we're not at the water hole, all bets are off, game on, right? So what happened, and I say this loosely because I'm part Native American and I was raised to think this way, but the white man, right, came to Africa and divided the Africans, made their countries for them, and divided them in a purposeful way that would split them up. And it's a lot more complicated than that, especially when you have different countries jockeying for different portions. Um, And then you have, of course, the corruption internally. It was Africans that sold Africans into slavery. I'm pretty sure one of the, if not the first slave owner in the United States on record was a black man owning black slaves. Black slaves were worth more than Irish white slaves. I'm part Irish too. So I look at this whole schematic, and the history we were told and sold isn't the reality and the truth. All you have to do is dig a little deeper and get to the bottom of it. And once you get there, the rabbit hole goes deep. So when you start to look at it, I listened to this African guy telling me all this, and I was at the bar one night with some friends of mine, and my friends went off to go do something else, and I'm sitting at the table by myself with my beer or whatever, and I see this African dude and his friend talking at the next table over, and they're talking about something, and they said something that caught my interest, and I had waited for a time, and you don't want to get involved in other people's conversations and put your nose in their Kool-Aid without knowing the flavor. So I was like, "Hey, man, I like Purple Saurus Rex. Do you like Purple Saurus Rex too?" Once I had the moment to get involved, his friend left, so he's sitting awkwardly at his own table. I'm sitting awkwardly at my own table, and I was just, "Hey, man, I noticed your accent." I took a wild guess which country in Africa I thought it was from. I guessed correctly. I pride myself on those kinds of things. You know, like what country the Asian comes from, you can tell by how their eye is slanted, or different types of ways that people speak. You can generally sometimes tell where they come from. And yeah, so anyways, I'm talking to him and he tells me the story, and I was just like, wow, man, this makes a lot more sense when you start talking about it this way. And so you got to think long term, right? So you have a lot of the elites who want to destroy a majority of the global population according to their own documents, according to their own philosophy, according to their own religious views. And when you stop and think about that, which I've said that probably 2 million times by now tonight, but when you actually think about it, hmm, if you want to destroy the population of the world, what's the first place you'd start? One of the most populated areas that is the least powerful, that is least capable and able of uprising, the least technologically advanced, the least financially capable, right? Same place where If you've ever heard Bill Gates talk about global population and how it correlates and relates to vaccines and his percentages of if we do vaccinations, we can lower the population globally by X percent, it's nuts, right? So here you've got Bill Gates who funds to the tunes of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars to these vaccinations and healthcare options for Africa. There's a documentary I have on my documentary playlist. I'm not saying I buy everything that's in it, but it's called House of Numbers about AIDS and HIV. If you haven't seen it, I would highly recommend it. It'll get you thinking. Rather it's true or false, it'll get you thinking. Hey, take it easy, Joe, man. Have a good day. Have a good weekend, actually. But uh, HIV and AIDS, I could talk for 2 more hours just about that topic. But uh, most people can't even tell you what the difference between HIV and AIDS is. And once you know the difference, then you have to go from one place to the other to see when you qualify to have or not have one or the other from place to place, which doesn't make any sense universally as far as medicine goes. Now, malnutrition and famine, poor water, like contaminated water sources. Um, there's a number of different things that all culminate together, especially in impoverished places where poverty reigns and things aren't available for the necessities of life, right? When you look at that, the same thing that those things cause are the symptomatic overlay when they have the checklist. When you go to a doctor in Africa in the middle of nowhere, right? They don't give you the HIV test. They don't give you the AIDS test. They go based on a checklist, right? And based on that checklist, and they diagnose you. Other places they have tests, right? But you take the test. Well, you have to have a secondary test to confirm the first test. So if you have to take a test and you have to take a second test to confirm the first test, what is there to confirm the second test? It gets this chicken or the egg whole thing running down. And then you talk about T cell counts, white blood cells, and stuff like that. Most people don't know this, but not one single person in this entire world ever in the history of disease has ever died from AIDS. That's a fact. That's a true fact. You die from complications brought on by AIDS, but if one of you people here in the chat, you lovely folks, could define for me without going to Webster or Google, tell me what a syndrome is. Autoimmune deficiency syndrome. That's what AIDS is. Whereas HIV is a virus. So, how does a virus turn into a syndrome? If you don't even know what a syndrome is, there's no way you'll ever answer that question. And a virus is a living thing. So, how does a living thing turn into a syndrome? It's mind blowing, just the AIDS and HIV concept. And you take that and move it into the testing and the drugs that's readily and freely available for them. And just like cancer, chemo oftentimes and the radiation oftentimes can cause your cancer. I have a friend who had Hodgkin's lymphoma and I forget what the other type of cancer she had, both at the same time. She was also from the great state of Louisiana. When she got treated for her cancer, they gave her the wrong treatment and they actually, in chemotherapy, fed her cancer and grew her cancer on accident, of course, always an accident, right? And she almost died from her treatment of cancer, not actually from the cancer itself. Wrap your mind around that for a minute. Now, by the grace of God, she came to a saving faith and she made it and survived. And I think she's been 2 years cancer free now, maybe three. She just, I think, just recently had her um, anniversary, right, of beating cancer. If you stop and just think about that for a minute, it's like, wow, you mean if they make one mistake, they could feed my cancer instead of, there's no cure for cancer, supposedly, right? Cancer can't live in an alkaline environment. That was figured out in 1913 by Otto Warburg, who won a Nobel Prize for some of that information. It's nuts, right? Now, take HIV and AIDS and the drugs they give you for AIDS and HIV, and that causes AIDS and HIV, if there even is such a thing as AIDS and HIV, right? If you haven't seen the documentary House of Numbers on my documentary playlist, please do yourself a favor, at least as a thought experiment, and go watch it sometime when you have about an hour. Just check it out and see what you think. Think for yourself, right? But I thought it was a really down to earth, common sense way to approach the topic. And they just start out by going internationally around the world and saying, hey, do you know what the difference between HIV and AIDS is? Do you know what HIV is? Do you know what AIDS is? Do you know what the difference is? And you'd be amazed at the answers that you hear internationally. And just like I said earlier about the Playboy and transgender thing, right? On the American cover, it's got two twins. On the other international covers, it's got the transgender chick. Well, they were more open to that stuff than we were here. Same thing with this issue, right? Well, they're going to promote it here one way, they're going to promote it there another way, and when you go around and ask in a kind of a candid way, then you'll see that the responses candidly are reflecting their indoctrination or their ignorance, one or the other, or both at the same time, right? So now getting back to Africa, it's my personal view that if you were to wipe out the entire world, right? Say you have a World War III or you have a nuclear war, thermonuclear war, or an EMP attack plus nuclear war or chemical or biological weapons. Well, first of all, you use the vaccines to lower the population of the people you don't want there in the first place. So get rid of the Africans that are native by giving them the cure for something they don't have that causes the problem that they never started out with. Not to mention, they already have malnutrition and disease and malaria from you could go on and on with all the issues that a lot of the places in Africa have, but not all places in Africa are like that. There are good places over there. There are wealthy cities, and some of the countries aren't as corrupt as we'd like to think. I mean, you just have to go there and be there and see it for yourself before you could get the rundown on it, right? So, Separated asked in the chat, do you think God's ever surprised by someone's death? I doubt it myself. Well, the Bible says we're appointed once for death, like once to die. It's appointed once for man or women to die. Well, that's an appointment we didn't make. Pretty sure he's not ever double booking people for the appointments that he makes for us, you know? But I couldn't help but to sidetrack with that real quick. But I think in Africa, what's going on, if the devil had his way and the people that run this world at his behest are getting their way, I think they're going to try and wipe out most of the population. They can do experimentation over there. A lot of the chemical and biological weapons that have broken out in the last decade, a lot of these things come from some of the military testing bases there in Sierra Leone. You know, that's what we had Ebola break out here in Dallas. How the hell does Ebola get in Dallas? I'm just asking you, right? Well, it's been, in my opinion, in my limited research, was drawn exactly or traced back to Sierra Leone. Wow, that's interesting. That's where our military base is that does the testing for that stuff. So, wow, imagine that. All roads lead back to Rome, right? And there's actually a Middle East saying that says all roads lead to or through Damascus. That's interesting, isn't it? There's prophecy that talks about Damascus. Hey, good night, Franco. Man, sleep tight, bro. Thanks for staying up so late or early, depending on how you want to characterize it. But you're a night owl, and we love you, brother. Glad to see you, Jennifer Kite, also. Um, so, I think Africa is like the last bastion of like the final frontier. You know, it's untapped. It's been untapped on purpose. What little bit of tapping that's gone on has been very limited They've got the governments and the people so caught up in their own corruption that they have rebellion after regime overthrow after rebellion over and over. Money corruption, violence breaking out, right? And they got some crazy stuff going on over there. If you haven't seen Machine Gun Preacher, I'm not 100% behind that movie, but it's based on a true story and I think that you should check it out. It's a very touching story and I can relate to the guy being, pretty bad dude, but that tried his best to get right and that didn't work and then when he got right, everything was wrong. And that's how life is, Um but I mean in Africa they got literally kids killing their own parents to show loyalty to the group that they're being brought into they don't even want to be in. You've got oh, I won't even go into the plight of Africa, but let's just say they've been primed for hundreds of years to be what they are today. And you talk about indoctrination. Okay, it's one thing to hear it from CNN and Fox News and PBS and NPR and all that. It's another thing to be in the shit middle of it and you can't do nothing about it. Just saying, kill or be killed, right? Well, at the point where you're faced to have to kill or be killed, what do you do? Just like earlier, there's people being skinned alive for following Christ. Well, where's your faith? Are you going to put your money, spiritually speaking, where your mouth is? Are you going to stand for your faith and be skinned alive for it? Or are you going to roll over, there was a guy, I saw this in India. There was a guy who basically denied Christ, and he was the pastor leading a congregation and a missionary place in, I think it was in India or Pakistan, probably India though. And he was there and he denied Christ so he could live. And because he denied Christ, they killed his whole congregation. And he had to live with that for the rest of his days. Think about that for a minute, right? We want to whine over here about, geez, that church didn't have the message early wanted to hear this week, or we're complaining about Starbucks inside of the church, and as if we can't get something out of the sermon, even if it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. We're complaining about the Starbucks being in the church, which is totally wrong. But we're complaining about stuff like that where there's people that are, in a one bedroom size church that have 50 people trying to squeeze into one bedroom just to get the word of God, right? Who are we? You know, um, it's just nuts. I don't know. I think Africa is being used as the last bastion that when the Illuminati, and I just say that to speed things up, when the Illuminati or the controllers and powers that be want to have their will enacted, they're going to try to destroy 90 something percent of the population. And they're going to do it in a way. I mean, just take Fukushima, for example. Not that they did that, although some people speculate that that original earthquake that caused that was weather weapons or weather warfare. Excuse me. And it's very interesting to consider the possibility. Some say that weather warfare was also used for Katrina and many other things. Sandy Hook's probably one of the best examples. You don't ever, hardly ever see a hurricane take a 90-degree turn. It's just some really weird things. And that I tied a lot of those things into my harp video, but um, you look at Fukushima, for example, they're going to destroy the world. Chemtrails, Fukushima, weather warfare, HARP, Project Bluebeam. You could go on and on and on and on, right? You look at all this stuff and you put it all together. Well, one of the best places you could possibly be is Africa, right? So get rid of the Africans because they're the undesirables. Get rid of 90 something percent of the global population. The whole world is in, rubble. We don't plan on rebuilding it, so we'll just go here that's untapped. We've been saving for last, save the best for last, right? We got water, we got natural resources, we got rainforest, we got desert, we got everything. That's my take on Africa. The first will be made last, and the last will be made first. So they saved that one for last, and they'll make it the first and only by the time it's all done. And if you take Africa, Africa's not really far from the Middle East, where God has all of his stuff going down. And you could even go back to the Table of Nations and what we covered. I didn't go into detail about it, but what we covered in Genesis, uh, the Cushite kingdom and Babylon and all that stuff. Well, those people didn't just stop in Babylon; they kept going, right? And some of the most ancient cultures and civilizations we know of aren't just in the cradle of civilization, but you go further down into Africa. There's some very interesting out of place artifacts and anomalies of civilization over there, but nobody's really looking over there, right? Same thing with the Balkans and up into Eurasia. There's some very interesting things over there too. They've actually found what I believe to be something close to the original language of Babylon when they spoke one language. They found an alphabet that predates Sumerian writing in the Balkan region. Now, what are the odds that you'd have somewhere in the Balkans a language that predates what we see as the earliest form of writing? It's nuts, right? So, uh, I think that's it. That's all I have to say about a lot of things, and I've talked for a long time. So I'm gonna give Chance in the chat since I haven't been paying attention to chat. If do you have any questions, put them in all capital letters, and I'll answer them quickly and briefly. Um, Other than that, I think I'm gonna close us out in prayer here in just a moment or two. So I'll give y'all a few moments because I know there's a lag and all that kind of thing, but this has been one of the most awesome Friday nights I've had in a long time. Now it's Saturday morning. Terraforming the planet for the freakiness to come. And Ash said that, and I think Michelle was kind of touching on that too. I personally believe that chemtrails, and this is by their own definition, it's my paraphrase of what they've said, but chemtrails create global warming. Well, they say, A, yes, it protects us from some global warming, but the Earth and atmosphere gets addicted to it, and this geoengineering project of chemtrailing basically creates a greenhouse effect. So, whereas I think they cooked the books and doctored the numbers on global warming, I think climate is cyclical. They're creating global warming and they've been doing it. I mean, I thought it was just, 10, 15 years. I've seen evidence of chemtrails going on for 20 to 30. I just saw something recently that makes me even take it back 50 years. I know they've been doing cloud seeding since before World War II. Cloud seeding and chemtrails aren't that much different, although I don't think they had nanoparticles back then. But now you take nanotechnology, add it to chemtrails and Project Bluebeam and a whole bunch of other things, right? And I know there's a lot of people making videos about it having to do with the mark of the beast and triple helix DNA and all that other stuff. And there might be something to all that. But the simplest way I could put it is chemtrails cause global warming. Wow. They said it. The people who are doing it that said they're not doing it yet, but when they do it, and I said do, when they do it, it will cause global warming. So we already know they're doing it because we can see it with their eyes. There was a giant X in my sky earlier today, and um, me and Larry were looking outside and saw three condensation trails back to back to back. Right, so it's very clear and plain to see, pun intended, plain to see the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail. So takes a licking and keeps on ticking, man. Yeah. God forbid and pray for his second coming. Yeah. God forbid all the things that are going on, and they're doing it anyways, right? But God won't be mocked, so his second coming is sooner than I think most of us tend to realize. Although we have a lot of informed folks here, so I think a lot of us aren't going to be caught off guard. Anthony Patch is pretty interesting. I was listening to some of the things he was saying recently about CERN. Um, yeah, and they do put symbols in the sky. I've seen pentagram. I actually have pictures. I posted on Facebook like 4 or 5 or years ago, I think, of pentagram chemtrails. I still have them. I can post them again, but I don't really post a lot of things like that because A, people don't believe you. B, they'll argue with you, and C, it only freaks people out and scares them. So let's see. What did Job speak on the end days? I don't know. Fast pace or high speed? How are you doing? I'll have to check. Scotty Clark's Revelation 12 sign and thoughts, Tim, seem pretty bang on if it's right. So, Revelation chapter 12 is something I've talked about, not in its fullness, but it's a chapter near and dear to my heart. I'm not familiar with Scotty Clark, though, so sign. I would imagine that's talking about the woman, and I think it's the September 23rd thing where there's supposed to be an alignment that matches the Virgin and the crown of stars. Or I'd have to go back and reread it exactly, but there's a an astronomical alignment of planets and stars that are going to model um, one of the end time prophecy descriptions that symbolically could be interpreted as being that alignment, and it hasn't happened in I forget how many thousand years or whatever, but it's interesting. I'd have to check in and see exactly what they say before I could give you my take on that. But this is going to be an interesting year, regardless. And the closer we get to the end of the year, I would say between August and November is a time to keep your eyes out. And some, I'll just tell you some of the speculation I've heard, and then I'll go ahead and close this out so I don't see any other questions. But um, I haven't seen Henning Kimner get this stuff in a long time, but uh, some of the speculation is that the Antichrist is going to be revealed. The man of perdition will be revealed around that time of that conjunction. That Jesus is going to return at that time. That the rapture will take place at that time. To me, it's a lot like the 2012 alignment, except for this one actually has some biblical merit, whereas the 2012 one I don't think had a whole lot of merit to it. Um, oh, that's why I don't see that dude anymore. He's got some interesting information, Doc, but be careful about that dude. I'll just say, obviously you would know better, but I love you guys, and thanks, Levi. I'm glad that your mom's doing better, and we'll pray for your brother and your mom and you too, and your man as well. So, um, okay, well, it's basically there's a scripture where it talks about the woman having the child, right, and the dragon's waiting to devour the child as soon as it's born. And there's an alignment where basically the constellation Virgo, I think, has the moon in the same position that's described as being, um, as it is in the scriptures, in the symbolic way it refers to it, and then the crown that she's wearing, and it's just something that it takes a whole lot of things to come together at one place at one time for it to even be described that way. And the only place where the conjunction is at that time, right? And it hasn't happened. I think what do you call it? I've got a Tom Horn's book, Exo Vaticana, right, which is about the Lucifer telescope lens attachment and Mount Graham and a whole bunch of other things. And he talks about that conjunction and alignment. And he was talking about it way before a lot of people recently that just got on that bandwagon. And it's very interesting. And I think they say that you could trace back another alignment and actually get within a 1 to 2 day window of when Jesus was actually literally technically born, which does line up with Star Bethlehem and stuff like that. So very interesting stuff. But in the stuff that's going on in the skies, the stars, the sun, the moon, and the stars, they're all giving giving signs up there to see what time it is. So who comes first, the two witnesses or the Antichrist, or the same time? I'd have to double check, but I think the Antichrist is already on the scene at the point where the two witnesses come and the two witnesses get killed and then they get resurrected. So I'm pretty sure the Antichrist comes first, but I could be wrong on that. So Antichrist comes, he'll bring peace for a while, then peace will get destroyed. There'll be 10 kings and 10 kingdoms, and he'll be in charge of those 10 dudes. You'll have the false prophet who's basically in charge of the one world religion. He'll be getting power and be able to work wonders and signs and stuff like that. He'll get power from the Antichrist. The Antichrist will take over the one world government and the one world religion by making everybody worship him himself or the image of him. He'll make everybody take the mark, and if you don't take the mark, you won't be able to buy or sell. And if you do take the mark, you cannot be redeemed, as best I can tell from the scriptures. At that point, I believe that's where you have the abomination of desolation that takes place literally in more than likely the physical temple, which will be rebuilt in Jerusalem. And that's where he'll set up the graven image to be worshiped. And if you don't worship him at that point, is when he's no man of peace anymore at that point. And he goes out on an intent and a purpose to destroy God's people, right? And so you get with that 10 kingdom, one world government program under the worship of the uh, antichrist and beast system, right? But the false prophet will be the one that does a lot of the actual powerful things. But at some point, the antichrist, I think, is going to take the power from the false prophet, even though they're working together. I kind of look at it as an unholy trinity of sorts, right? And so um, once the antichrist comes into full power, he makes war, and it's basically hell on earth for at least 3.5 years after the great tribulation, or the abomination of desolation. It's in the great tribulation period, and then unless the days of what was going on there were shortened, no flesh would be spared. So God comes and Jesus returns basically to put a stop to all that. That's my understanding of the end times in a nutshell. And it's very debatable about how all of those things will play out. But in a nutshell, that's how I see it. I don't think there will be a rapture. I think we'll be here till the very end, unless you get martyred between now and then, and that's actually a good thing, not a bad thing. Believe it or not. And it's going, a lot of people are going to fall off believing that, world peace is the way to go, that love and harmony is the way to go, that this world leader who's going to fix the chaos is the way to go. But by the end of it, people are going to get a lot of buyer's remorse. So if you thought Obama was a bad president, or if you thought Hillary would be a bad president, or if you think Trump's a bad president, this guy's going to make all of them look like choir boys and girls. Not at first. At first, he's going to be like the guy who everyone wants. And he's going to be so persuasive that, Jews are going to believe in him and think he's the Messiah. People from all over the world are going to think he's the Messiah, literally. People who don't even have any faith are going to be like, wow, all of a sudden I'm going to believe in a God and you're him, right? So that's why I don't think Obama could even be the Antichrist. He is not liked by enough people here in America that it eliminates him as a possibility, in my opinion. Same with Trump. Everybody's going to like the Antichrist. Like you guys and girls here that are believers in Christ, y'all are going to want to believe in this dude. That's how influential he's going to be. Now, you're going to know it's him when he comes, but he's going to be so persuasive. It says if it was possible, even the very elect would be deceived. If it was possible, which means for some that are elect, but maybe not the very elect, they might believe somewhat. Does the Antichrist come out of Turkey? That's debatable. We don't know really. It says one of the titles of him is called the Assyrian, and the nation of Assyria. You'd have to look back in ancient history, and any modern day country that's within the territory of Assyria could fit the bill. I have a little bit of speculation that it could be one of the Spanish royals, the sitting king of Spain right now, because he's also the king of Jerusalem. Did anybody in the chat room even know that Jerusalem has a king besides Jesus? You ought to look into that. Very interesting. Um, but we don't know yet. I mean, in my opinion, the Antichrist is definitely born and alive right now. So if he's born and alive right now, how long will it take for him to reveal himself? We'll see. I don't know. Most people don't know there's a king of Jerusalem. If y'all haven't seen The Kingdom of Heaven, y'all need to watch that movie. Um, it's not the best movie in the world. It's really good though, but it's got some bad stuff in it. But what movie doesn't these days? Um, yeah, Lord of the Flies. I have flies landing on me all the time during live streams when I don't have the camera on because the flies get in my house often. You can't do much about it but get a fly swatter, but it's hard to do. It doesn't make me the Antichrist, but Beelzebub does mean Lord of the Flies, and there is a connection to those things for sure. But I think we need to be a little careful about asserting the what those symbols often mean. But I will agree with Nancy that there were some uncanny times and places when the flies would show up in places where flies don't belong. I live out in the country. We leave the doors and windows open often. You're going to get flies coming in. That's a big difference than being in yeah, Nancy, that is a big difference, right? Than being inside of a place that's cleaned, groomed, set up, decorated, paid for with lots of money, right? And has the president of the United States standing right up in front of God and everybody. Big difference when you got a fly landing on your forehead right in the middle of one of those speeches. And as I just said this giant moth like flew right under my chin almost as if it came out my mouth. It creeped me out a little bit. Oh yeah, bigger than a half dollar if y'all even know what one of those coins looks like anymore. But it's weird how God does his thing sometimes like that. You know, confirmation for me, but y'all just have to take my word for it, I suppose. So yeah, you know, I don't know. Yeah, Truth Free says this is interesting. Heard that water in a baggie and a penny or a nickel will deter for some reason, and it has a lot to do. If I've seen that work before, actually, the water and the way that it refracts the light, and then the way that the coin. Yeah, I always heard it was a penny. I never heard nickel or anything else, but the penny. Why, thank you, Walt. I appreciate that. The penny itself is, in the way that the light works, it really messes with the compound eye that the flies have. So, if you don't know what a compound eye is, you might want to look that up. I'm not going to explain it, but you got the little segments and sectors each one sees, and then the brain of the fly puts it into a composite. They got them bug eyes, man. That's all I'll say. um, so the light and the way that it hits the compound eye, the eye can't focus, and it bothers them so they go away. That's what I've heard, but I don't know how far they go. It ain't far enough for me. Yeah, the honeycomb eye, like a bee eye, the compound eyes. I think it's a cool concept, but it doesn't make sense to me. We got two eyes, and it's hard enough to see what is there is to see, right? Imagine if each of your eyes had 100 eyes on each one. That's kind of the same thing, but some of them have way more than 100. Yeah, you get a bag of water, like a Ziploc bag, and you put a penny in it, and you hang it up somewhere high where the sunlight will hit it. That's supposed to deter flies. It does have to do with the multiple reflecting surfaces through the water. The way that it hits is, I don't know. I've spent some time thinking about it. It's about all the thinking I did. um, see, Michelle says after the dragon, aka Satan, aka Antichrist, is cast out of heaven, then the key was given to him, and he releases the frogs, the fallen angels, from the Euphrates River. Oh, Euphrates River. Yeah, it's okay if you can't spell. Sometimes I can't neither. I don't agree completely with that breakdown on it, but I've seen people that do agree with that breakdown and have valid scriptures and reasons as to why, but I disagree. But we can agree to disagree, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting sleepy too. It's only 3:19 and we got the night's still young, right? So since you guys are going to sleep, some of my favorites, I'm gonna go ahead and pray us out real quick. So, and I'll make it quick. No, I won't make it, long-winded 45-minute prayer or anything. But Heavenly Father, thank you for this time that you've given to us tonight. Thank you for using my mouth to express my own thoughts, but hopefully that my thoughts and my expressions have honored and glorified you. And hopefully that absolute truth has been offered tonight to some degree. More than anything, we thank you for giving us brains to use to think with. And God, during these times to come, let us be having the spirit of discernment. So we ask you to give us a double measure of your Holy Spirit of discernment. Please open our eyes that we may see spiritually what's going on in this world. Give us the ears to hear that when we hear what's going on or what people tell us or what sources of information have to offer us, let us read between the lines, but spiritually see beyond what it is that is on the surface of whatever narrative is being sold or told to us. Father, let us just call on your spirit of truth and let us walk in your absolute truth. Let us not waver from that truth and let us stand bold and firm on your word. And God, we just ask for you to be our hedge of protection, to be our defense and our offense. Help to arm us daily with the full armor of God and let us stand in the strength of your might. Help us to battle with spiritual weapons, the unclean forces of the unseen realms. We just ask that you give us peace during the times of global conflict or worldly conflict. We pray for we pray for us all to be after your own heart. And in these times when it's easy to get into our own hearts and thoughts and feelings and to get into what it is that we're trying to be drawn, either by the world or the enemy, our flesh or by sin, out into open conflict, God, let us rest behind your peace and let us rest behind your wall. You tell us that you are our shield and buckler, so be our defense and let us have our faith, our shield of faith. Um, Help us to interlock that shield of faith with fellow believers so that we can lift each other up. Let us be unified with one spirit, which is your Holy Spirit, and one accord, one absolute truth, one word of God, which is your Son Jesus, and um, let us be after your own heart, Father, and let us be about your business. So as we are here in this world, let us not talk vain words of vain disputations. Let us not share opportunities to disagree, but rather let us focus on the issues that we can agree on and to build faith on. That our communications be to the subversion of the hearers, not to push them away, but to plant those seeds so that they may be watered and that you can even bring an increase. Let us be meat for the Master's use, clean our hands and our hearts. God, we just want to beg you in the Spirit, supplicating with and petitioning for all those lost souls in this world, rather they be the enemies within our own houses, rather they be family members extended or close, rather they be our own children or parents or brothers and sisters, in the flesh or in the spirit. Um, Let us petition for those lost souls around this world that haven't yet had the opportunity to hear the gospel of Christ and the good news of salvation unto the resurrection of eternal life. Um, Help us to be the ambassadors to take that word out into the world and to cast our nets to the right, being fishers of the souls of men and women everywhere. Let us unconditionally love our enemies, but let us love ourselves as we need to in order that we can love our neighbors as we love ourselves. If we don't love ourselves, we can't properly love our neighbors. And if we don't love our neighbors or ourselves, how could we ever begin to love our enemies? But let us first and foremost put our focus and our love towards you. For you loved us while we were dead in sin, God, and now that we are no longer dead in sin, but alive in Christ Jesus, let us commit and dedicate that life to you and to your service and for your glory. God, we want to pray for protection for all the innocent children in this world, whether they're being killed by chemicals here in the United States through the food they're eating, or rather it be the children around this world that are breathing in the toxins from the chemtrails, or rather it be kids in Syria getting gassed by who knows and who cares. We ask for protection for all the children in this world, God, that they can not have stumbling blocks in their way, that we don't have to set up the millstones for everyone that would put those stumbling blocks in. We ask for the opportunity to be afforded faith to these children of the world, God, but more than anything, protect the innocents that are being perpetrated against um, violently or sexually, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, God. The things that are going on in this world, I don't even want to use a word to tell it to you. You see it, you know my heart, and you know what's going on better than I could even ask you to offer your justice towards. But God, with righteous anger and furious indignation that is also righteous, please mete out your punishment to those who would do these atrocities and that you know would never come to salvation or you get opportunity to get your grace because they will never have faith. You know the end from the beginning and you're outside of time. Give them all the free will opportunity they have to come to those choices. But being that you're outside of time and can see what those choices will be that they make of their own volition, give swift justice now. And vengeance is yours. And you tell us in your word that you will not be mocked. And I see this world mocking you daily. I know the world will burn, and that as long as your hand of righteousness and mercy is extended out, there's opportunity yet still. But for those that won't take that hand or that opportunity, God, I'm begging you in my spirit to deal with those things with God's speed swiftly, according to your will, in your due time. But as Timothy Castleberry would ask of you as a servant, if you could hear this servant's cry of his heart, do it now. And all these things we offer in your holy and righteous name and in the authority and power of the shed blood of Christ. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Wow. All right, so there's the prayer. And I could have gone a lot longer, but I'm going to do that privately. So I'm going to play the closing song, and it's the one I'm really liking a lot lately. Let's let our light shine, right? So actually, I don't think I brought that song. Okay. Oh well. I love you guys and girls. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate y'all's time and attendance and participation. More than anything, I appreciate your love and I don't know, just the spirit that we have here. It really means more than the world to me. I don't value this world much, and I don't think God does either. The more closer we're getting to the end, but yeah, it's a world we live in only for a short time. So make the most of your time. Love and hug and kiss the ones that are there. Because you might not be there tomorrow. They might not be either. Make the most of your time and redeem the day, or redeem the time, because the days are evil. So, um, I got a big cheesy smile, but I'm just surprised I didn't bring that song. I put it on. Actually, let me check one last place. Hmm. Yeah, okay, I did bring it. All right, so guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, this is Timmy O signing off. You guys have a great weekend. Be safe, be blessed, and know that you always have a friend in Jesus. And as long as I'm around, you always have a friend in me too. So, thanks for your friendship. Welcome to the family for all you new folks. And until next time, I don't know, let your light shine for real. right? Don't ever give up. That's what I say.
There's a little flame inside us all. Some shine bright, some shine small. The rains are coming, the waters rise. Don't you ever lose your light. In this life, you will know love and pain, joy and sorrow. So when it hurts, when times get hard, don't forget whose child you are. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. May you live each day, don't regret the most of every chance you get. Let your eyes get wide, you get the start. Same sense of wonder as a child's heart. With the ones you love, try through the time. And for those who are gone, keep their memories alive. Hold on to your dreams, don't ever let go. There's a fire inside you, burning with hope. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. There will be days when you wanna give up, the clouds settling. After the rain comes the sun. Don't you ever forget. Don't forget. Don't forget. One day there will be no more pain. We will finally see Jesus' face. So until then, I'm gonna try to brave the dark and let my little light shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. Let it shine, gonna let it shine. There's a little flame inside us all.
Man, it gives me chills every time, guys. All right, nighty night, sweet dreams, sleep tight, and good morning for you guys across the pond. Nice to see you, Chrissy. Till next time, later.